Good morning, Sir John.
Good morning.
Now, in a moment or two, I'm going to ask Mary to invite you to take the oath. But before I do that, let me just explain to you what the setup is. You're talking not just to the room in front of you and around you, which there are over 150 people, but in particular beyond this room, you will be talking through the mediums of live stream and YouTube to an audience out there, which I suspect today will number in the hundreds. So that's your audience, and those people to whom you are talking. Miss Richards will ask you the questions in a moment or two, but first, as I say, Mary, would you please administer the oath? You may sit or stand as you please.
Please take the book in your raised hand and repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Sir John, I'm just going to start with a brief overview of your political career. You first became an MP in 1979, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your first ministerial post was at the Department of Health and Social Security. You were Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State from September 1985 to September 1986, and then Minister of State from September 1986 to June 1987.
Correct.
Now, is it right to understand that in both those roles, Parliamentary Under-Secretary and Minister of State, you were concerned with the social security rather than the health side of the department?
That's correct. The department was divided. Eventually it was split, of course. But at the time there was one department, but they were two quite distinct areas, health and social security on one side and health on the other. And I was exclusively, both as the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of State for the Disabled, I was on the social security side. So I saw no health documents at all at that time.
We've heard from other witnesses that there would be weekly meetings with the Secretary of State, who I think at that time was Norman Fowler. Did those involve both the health ministers and the social security ministers?
Yes, they did.
And do you have any recollection of those meetings discussing either HIV or the position of those who had been infected through blood or blood products?
Well, I dare say they must have done, but I've no recollection of them 30-odd years later.
Now, your ministerial career then moved to the Treasury. Between June 1987 and July 1989, you were Chief Secretary to the Treasury.
I was.
You were then Foreign Secretary for a pretty short period of time, July 89 to October 89. Why was that so short-lived?
Well, it was rather short-lived because Mr. Lawson fell out with Mrs. Thatcher and resigned, and the Prime Minister needed a new Chancellor. So, to my regret, I was moved very rapidly from the Foreign Office to the Treasury.
And so you were Chancellor of the Exchequer from October 1989 to the 28th of November 1990, and then you became Prime Minister November 1990, a position you remained in until May 1997.
That is correct.
And you continued to be an MP until the May 2001 elections, is that right?
I did.
Now, just so that those listening can understand the structure of your evidence, I'm going to ask you, first of all, some general questions about decision-making in relation to government expenditure and your role at both as Chief Secretary to the Treasury and Chancellor. And I'm then going to ask you about the decision-making in which you had some involvement in terms of the provision of financial assistance or support, or decisions not to provide financial assistance and support. First of all, as Chief Secretary, then as Chancellor, and then as Prime Minister, and then I'll have some general questions towards the end. So starting, if we may, with your role and responsibilities as Chief Secretary to the Treasury, what in broad terms is the nature of that job, and how does it differ from the job of the Chancellor of the Exchequer?
Well, the Chancellor of the Exchequer has responsibility for the overall control of the Treasury. He's responsible for macro policy. And in that time, that would have included the responsibilities the Bank of England now have of setting interest rates. But within that, the Chief Secretary, who's also a junior member of Cabinet, but subordinate to the Chancellor, of course, the Chief Secretary is responsible for the conduct of public expenditure. And what that means is that every autumn there would be a public expenditure round, and each Department of State would individually submit their bids, their wish list, for expenditure in the following year. And the Chief Secretary would have to negotiate what their expenditure actually was. There would be individual negotiations with each and every Secretary of State on their own individual expenditure bids. How that would work within the Treasury was at first, once the bids were submitted, the Treasury would look at them and brief the Chief Secretary. The Chief Secretary would then meet alone with the Secretary of State for Health or Education or Defence, whatever it may be, and would negotiate exactly what happened. And although the Chief Secretary is the junior member of Cabinet, or was in the pecking order in those days, he did have an extraordinary amount of influence because he was able to move expenditure about in those negotiations. And he was able to determine within budgets which were the areas of particular importance. Now, he didn't make that up. He had to pick that up from the bids that were actually submitted by the civil service and the minister in those particular departments. But it was a long and arduous business, negotiating public expenditure. I'm not sure it's done the same way today, but that's how it was done then. And of course, from time to time, there would be disputes. The department might bid more than the Chief Secretary felt was appropriate. And where there were disputes, the meeting would probably, or meetings, plural, would probably break up and they would reassemble. If it was completely impossible to reach a conclusion, a satisfactory conclusion to both the Chief Secretary and the Spending Minister, then the matter would be referred to a Cabinet subcommittee, loosely called the Star Chamber, which would be chaired by a very senior member of Cabinet. In those days, it was chaired by William Whitelaw, who was the Deputy Prime Minister effectively in those days. And they would determine whether to agree with the Chief Secretary or with the Spending Minister or strike a compromise, and that would be a settled part of public expenditure. And the Chief Secretary worked within a remit. The Chancellor and the Cabinet would have agreed a total of overall expenditure that was appropriate for the macroeconomy, the amount we could afford without dramatically changing taxation. And so he didn't have a completely free hand. He had to bring in the public expenditure round within the limits of expenditure set by the Chancellor and approved by the Cabinet. So that is the basis of how it worked. It was a very long and arduous business, and often led to some disputes, but mostly, not invariably, they were settled without reference to the Cabinet subcommittee.
I'm just going to ask you to look at a passage from your autobiography which describes this process. Lawrence, it's RLIT 000168, and it should be the third page. So we can pick it up at the top of the page. You say the Chief Secretary, this is the third line, has one of the lowest profiles of any Cabinet Minister, but this is deceptive. For he is the most influential minister in determining the division of the total of public spending, who gets what. This gives him the power, if he wishes, to facilitate new policies or to hold them back. Thus, although the most junior member of the Cabinet, the Chief Secretary has an authority far greater than the casual observer ever realises. And then if we skip over the next paragraph, please, Lawrence, and go down just over halfway down the page. The most important part of the Chief Secretary's year is the Public Expenditure Survey, which begins in the summer when each Secretary of State puts in a bid for his department's financing for the next 3 years. Is this the process you were just describing, Sir John?
Exactly so.
These bids set out the ambitions of the department for the years ahead. Rather, as the Black Widow spider dances an odd quadrille with its partner before finally mating, the public spending round has its own rituals. The bids often contain an unrealistic wish list and are invariably padded so that the minister can be seen to make concessions in head-to-head negotiation with the Treasury. Now, that might suggest that as Chief Secretary, you would potentially approach the bid with a degree of scepticism. Is that right?
I'm not trying to use the word scepticism, but any spending minister will put in bids larger than he expects to be approved. because he knows in negotiations if he makes concessions in some area, he's more likely to get exactly what he wishes in another area. And also, you would find typically, let's assume the Cabinet had set a remit of X for the sum total of all the public expenditure. Routinely, when the bids were submitted, they would come to X plus a very great deal. They might even come to 2X. And so there was a huge amount to be taken out of the public expenditure bids in order to meet the demands of what the economy can afford without rapidly rising taxation or rapidly increasing borrowing. And of course, in that particular period, in the 80s and the 90s, of course, we were in a period of great economic difficulty. We were facing high levels of unemployment. We were facing very high levels of inflation. And it was necessary to deal with those. The problem manifested itself a little more seriously a little later than 87. In 89 and 90, it was a much more serious position. But even then, there was a real concern with inflation. It had been a bugbear for governments since the 1960s. And whatever successive governments, Conservative, Labour, whatever they had been, had tried to do, it had been devilishly difficult to get inflation down and keep it down. And government after government had failed actually to do so. And so inflation was the big bugbear that had affected expenditure right the way through 30, 40 or so years. And it wasn't until 90s and the sheer pain of policies in the 90s, including the exchange rate mechanism, that actually got inflation down to a low period, where it stayed subsequently for about 30 years.
Does that mean that, given the economic background you describe and the role of the Chief Secretary, that the Chief Secretary would be a kind of inverted Mr. McCorber, always looking for something to turn down, effectively?
Well, Mr. McCorber was always waiting for something to turn up.
Precisely.
But not really. The job of the Chief Secretary is not to be an abominable no-man. That is emphatically not his role. It's not only an economic role, it's a political role. And the Chief Secretary would have to be political. He has to reduce bids that are not of prime concern. He has to do that in order to make sure you can fund the things that really are important. So he's not an abominable no-man. But where he sees a bid that plainly is unnecessary or prevents money being provided for something that is more necessary, he's likely to say no to it. But when he finds something that is desirable, it is usually the case that he will accept the bid. Now, he may not accept the entirety of the bid, because the other element of this is to make sure that the money can actually be spent within the financial year. In those days, the public expenditure round covered 1 year only, effectively. The principal bit was 1 year only. And so the Chief Secretary would wish to ensure that the bids weren't padded to go into a second year, because if that happens in the Department of Education, then you're having to cut down in the Department of Social Security. So there is a good deal more sub-complexities in the public expenditure round, and I immediately explained all that I set out in the extract from my biography.
And how does the Chief Secretary then decide what is more important, what does merit funding and what does not?
Precedent, necessity, changing circumstances. He'll sometimes take account of something he knows is coming down the road that will occur in the middle of the year but hasn't yet occurred. And of course, because it's impossible to forecast all these things, the Chief Secretary and the Treasury would set a contingency fund as well. The contingency fund is more an art form than a science. You gather together what you think might happen that is unexpected and unforeseen, and what it might cost. And it's very much an assessment. There's no scientific process in that, but it does give you a contingency fund so that if something occurs in mid-year that could not have been foreseen or is more expensive than was foreseen, there is a contingency fund to which the department can turn approach the Chief Secretary and ask for more money.
And is the contingency fund a general one, or are there specific contingencies for different
it's a general
departments?
contingency fund. Let us suppose you were the Secretary of State for Health, and in the middle of the year, a new health crisis arose that you hadn't foreseen and nobody else had foreseen. If that involved expenditure, you would come to the Chief Secretary let us assume it was me, and asked for more money. The first thing I would do would be to look at your budgets and see if you were underspending in some of the areas we had agreed at the previous expenditure round, to see whether there was a bulk of money in your budget that could be moved to meet that contingency. And if there wasn't, and more often there isn't than there is, if there wasn't, I would then discuss with you the size of contingency funding you needed. And I would agree that, and that would be the end of the matter. You would have the money.
So in terms of the annual bids, you've described a process that if there was disagreement, it could go to this star chamber, yes, this cabinet or ministerial subcommittee. What about the contingency reserve?
Typically, if there was a disagreement, they could either go to the Deputy Prime Minister, William Whitelaw, who would probably reassemble the committee, or you could appeal directly to the Prime Minister. You could do either.
And if we
the principal point, I'm sure you'll come to this later, but one of the principal jobs of the Prime Minister is actually to determine and settle disagreements between ministers upon expenditure or policy matters.
And so the process you've described, is this right? You wouldn't expect it to go to the Prime Minister unless there was a disagreement that couldn't otherwise be resolved?
No. If there wasn't a disagreement, the Chief Secretary would agree it. And I cannot think of a single occasion in which I agreed a contingency expenditure when it didn't go through without any difficulty at all. I mean, the Chancellor might look at it and raise an eyebrow, but I can't think of a single time when anybody objected to a contingency agreement that had been made.
And typically, how much information would a department supply to the Treasury? I'm talking now about the general process, not the contingency applications or requests. How much information would it supply to the Treasury for the Chief Secretary to take his or her decision?
Oh, they'd supply a certain amount of information. Here is the problem, they would say, this is how we think it will work out, this is the money we think is going to be necessary. The Chief Secretary would then ask questions. He would probably ask, I mean, this doesn't happen for every tiny bit, of course, or you'd be doing it all year. But for the significant areas, the Chief Secretary may well ask further questions. And when you come to talk to me, ask me later about some of the issues that arise, you will see that exactly that thing happened. I paused on the expenditure because I needed to ask a number of questions that had not yet been answered by the department. But in the end, they got their money, but they did have to provide the information that was necessary to ensure it was value for money. The point about the Chief Secretary really is that he is the barrier between a total loss of control over expenditure and the taxpayer having to pay for it. Because it isn't the government's money. That is what people tend often to forget. It is the taxpayer's money. It is the money of everybody in this room and everybody, as Sir Brian said, who may be watching this morning. It is their taxes, and the Chief Secretary is their defence against unlimited expenditure.
Whilst we have this document on screen, could we go to 2 pages further on, please, Lawrence? Just want to pick it up towards the bottom of the page. Just the last 2 paragraphs. So you say in the penultimate paragraph, I tried to reduce or eliminate bids by challenging the case made for them by the ministers facing me, although in doing so I was always acutely aware that they had to return to their departments and defend the deal they had accepted. I always left them with what we in the Treasury called a lollipop, even if we denied many of their cherished schemes. I had no wish to undermine their credibility or that of the government. Just pausing there, what did you mean there by leaving them with a lollipop?
In almost every bid, there's something which, if you were utterly rigorous, you would have been able to toss out. But the credibility of ministers in their department is important. It's important to the conduct of government generally, and it's important to them within their ministry. So occasionally you would see things that you could, if you wish to be utterly ruthless, have torn out of their expenditure bid. And I chose not to do so. They weren't things that involved hundreds of millions of pounds. They would have been relatively small things. But I was conscious that the spending ministers had a responsibility to their departments and to their clients. And as I said, I didn't see the role of Chief Secretary to be an abominable no-man. You sometimes have to accept the advice you're given. So sometimes I was a little more lenient in some areas where I could perhaps, if I wished, have been tougher. But I'll enter this caveat, that it did depend that I could see I was on track for getting the sum total of public expenditure within the ceiling set by the Cabinet.
And to what extent would departments effectively be bidding against each other or trade-offs?
Oh, absolutely they are. They're absolutely bidding against each other. They don't see it that way. I mean, each individual department would look at what that department felt it needed. Now, every department would have had ambitions that would have been too expensive for the taxpayer to meet. So those ambitions had to be delayed or pared back. So in essence, to take the example I gave earlier, if the sum total of public expenditure be permitted by the government that the country could afford was X, and the bids were 2X, then you had to pare things down. And that was the job of the Chief Secretary. So every department was, in a sense, in competition with other departments. It may be that one department, well, for example, if you take the recent COVID outbreak, plainly the Department of Health needed more help than other departments. So within an overall ceiling, two things could have happened. The Contingency Fund could have met every addition, or alternatively, if other departments were underspending, or if there was no capacity for the Contingency Fund to meet it, you could have pared down the budgets of other departments.
During the time when you were Chief Secretary, did ministers come to you in very different ways? Were there some who would really fight their corner and try and get as much as possible, and others who would be much more relaxed?
Well, I don't think any of them were very relaxed. Going to the Treasury with an expenditure bid is quite a business. And the Treasury would have been very well briefed, and they would have made sure that I was very well briefed. So it wasn't easy. There were some ministers who were better at it than others. The territorial ministers were always extremely tough, because a large part of their expenditure was just automatically reflected from the percentage expenditure that is made for that department in England. But other things were not. And they fiercely fought for those, largely because they were relatively small amounts. And also because they knew at the end of the day, when you closed the public expenditure round, you weren't going to hold it up for the odd million or so, and they knew it. And so they were much less likely to concede during discussion. The two most difficult ministers to negotiate with throughout the years I was Chief Secretary were territorial secretaries of state.
And then I just wanted to pick up what you say in your, again in your autobiography about John Moore, Secretary of State for Health and Social Security at that time. So it's the bottom of the page. You say, one tale needs scotching. John Moore, who after the election had become Secretary of State for Health and Social Security, and I were said to be rivals, and it was widely believed in some quarters that I gave him a poor settlement in order to damage his political career. John was a former, we go over the page, Treasury Minister convinced of the virtues of low spending, and rather quixotically he tried to match his policies to his philosophy. In pursuit of this admirable consistency, he bid for too little money in the public expenditure settlement rather than too much. This concern for prudent economics would cause him much difficulty, a rare and honest approach that earned him opprobrium. Could you just flesh that out a little in the sense of your reflection that he would bid for too little and that would cause him difficulty?
John had been a Treasury Minister. He was steeped in Treasury orthodoxy. He knew how important it was to keep the total of public expenditure within the limits that the country could afford, or we would be borrowing more and interest rates might rise, or we would have to raise taxes. And he was acutely concerned about that. And he looked beyond his own department and felt himself instinctively that every department ought to assist the Treasury in making sure you could keep within the public expenditure levels agreed by the Cabinet. He was quite rare among Cabinet ministers in taking that view. most of them would looked at their department and their direct responsibilities and bid for the money to see whether or not they could get it. That, I think, is basic human nature, and most of them did that. John Moore didn't, in that he differed from the other colleagues. And so his bids were sometimes on the low side. And indeed, there were occasions in the discussions with John Moore when we agreed to move his bids around a bit, so that in some areas he got a little more than he had initially asked for.
And when you say that caused him much difficulty, was that because it resulted in an underfunded department?
Well, it was difficulty. It resulted in difficulty for him because there were things he could have bid to do, but didn't bid to do. And when they popped up a little later, people said, well, why didn't the Secretary of State foresee this? Why didn't he bid for it? And of course, at the end of the day, not in a single year, but over a period of years, you're only in a position to meet really dire contingencies if your financial accounts are in good order. John Moore took that long-term view rather than the short-term view that he must just see his department through the next 12 months.
Can I then turn to your time as Chief Secretary and some of the decisions in which you had a degree of involvement? I'm going to start with a letter, September 1987. It's SCGV 607_050, please, Lawrence. We can see it's addressed to the Prime Minister. It's headed Compensation for Haemophiliacs. And at the top, there is a letter stamp which reads Secretary of State for Social Services. If we go to the next page, bottom of the page, we can see it's dated the 24th of September 1987. The signature's been redacted, but the initials are JM. Is that JM you?
No.
Is it your understanding that that JM is John Moore?
It is John. He was the Secretary of State for Social Services. It was interpreted as being me in a widely read tabloid who produced several pages, some years later, of how I had personally tried to persuade the Prime Minister not to be helpful on the subject of people suffering from blood infection. But it emphatically was not my letter.
If we then just look at the content of it, because it was copied to you, and it really helps us, I think, pick up the decision-making process. So the first paragraph explains, I'm writing to let you know how I intend to handle the issue of compensation for haemophiliacs with the HIV virus and the media campaign which will be launched shortly on their behalf by the Haemophilia Society of Great Britain. The next paragraph then explains in the first line that the campaign will be emotive and highly charged. We will be under considerable parliamentary and public pressure after the press launch of the campaign in early October, and no doubt the issue will be active during our party conference. There's then a description of the background in the next paragraph. If we go to the bottom of the page, Mr. Moore says, the question of government compensation for this group was raised specifically when Norman Fowler and Tony Newton gave evidence earlier this year to the Social Services Select Committee. Whilst Norman and Tony made it quite clear how much they sympathised, the government's position was that there has never been a general state scheme to compensate those who suffer adverse effects from medical treatment. Compensation can only be awarded by the courts if negligence is proved. The full range of social security benefits are, of course, available to those haemophiliacs who qualify. And then he says this, I've looked at the case for compensation again carefully in the light of the impending campaign, but have concluded that the line taken with the Social Services Committee was right. Any special arrangements for compensation could cost a minimum of £3 million and could only be funded at the expense of other priorities. Moreover, it's logically difficult to distinguish the claim by haemophiliacs from the claim of many others damaged in the course of their medical treatment, and there's no doubt that compensating haemophiliacs would lead to pressure from many other groups for similar treatment. And then he continues, while all of us must have every sympathy for haemophiliacs who've been infected with the HIV virus, I do not feel it would be wise to set a general precedent by accepting that the government should provide a special compensation scheme. I shall be taking steps to ensure that the case for not giving compensation is well understood by the media and by our own supporters. I am, of course, very ready to discuss this issue with you if you so wish. And then he explains he's copying this minute to the Lord President, Secretaries of State for Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland, the Chief Secretary, and to Sir Robert Armstrong. So the Chief Secretary at that point in time is you.
It was.
Now, this wasn't a document that called for any particular action or decision by the Prime Minister or indeed by you as Chief Secretary. Do you, as far as you can recall, was this the first time the question of compensation had been raised or brought to your attention?
Well, so far as I'm aware, yes. I see nothing on the letter when I saw the original letter that indicated whether I saw it or not. I may well have done. I may well have seen it, but there are a lot of letters that are copied to different departments because at some stage they may have to take a role. And so the earlier correspondence is copied to them, seen by the principal private secretary, but held for a future date in case they are going to be needed by that department. So I certainly didn't take any action on that. I suspect, probably given its content, that I did see it. I suspect that I did see it. And it soon became apparent that that line of no compensation, no fault compensation, to use the jargon, was one that was going to be perfectly easy to hold in legal terms, but not at all easy to hold in moral terms. And that is why, as we will see, there was subsequently more discussion, more help, as the scale of the disaster became apparent.
And we'll pick that up as we go through the documents. Just to, for the sake of completeness, Lawrence, if we have DHSC 0004541_141. We have a letter from number 10, dated the 28th of September 1987, which records that the Prime Minister, who was, of course, at that time Mrs Thatcher, has seen and noted without comment your Secretary of State's minute of the 24th of September. And then we can see that the letter in turn was copied to the same recipients of the first letter. Now, that's September 87. I want to pick it up then in the next month with a letter you received, I think along with many other MPs, from the Haemophilia Society. It's at HSOC 0004760_001. So this is a letter, 12th of October 1987. It's from the Reverend Tanner, who was chairman of the Haemophilia Society. This is a blank version in the sense it's dear blank, but we'll see from subsequent letters that you were one of the recipients of it. And he says, I'm writing to ask for your support in our campaign to help the most tragic victims of the AIDS crisis, people with haemophilia. The second paragraph then describes, picking it up in the second line, a large number of people were infected as a result of treatment by commercially produced products, mainly drawn from blood donations given in the US and Third World. Treatment from this source with the attendant risks was required because the UK was not and still is not self-sufficient in blood products despite of successive government promises since 1977. The letter then goes on to talk about the effects on those who've been infected. We can see those listed. I don't propose to read them out. The Reverend Tanner explains 57 have AIDS, 41 have died. All of this in addition to having to cope with a life-threatening disorder, haemophilia. The government is responsible for this situation. All these people were infected as a result of treatment through the NHS. And then he adds, despite the House of Commons Social Services Committee accepting that, calls for compensation for haemophiliacs and others who become HIV positive as a consequence of infected blood transfusion and for special life insurance arrangements for haemophiliacs deserve careful consideration. The government has not as yet volunteered any form of support, financial or otherwise. At present, they are hiding behind the cloak of the courts in saying that they are not liable for compensation. However, there is a clear moral case that the government should provide recompense. And then he sets out further details in that regard. Now, we can see, I think, that you undoubtedly received that letter from HSOC.
Yes, I did.
0003584. This is you writing, is this correct, in your capacity as MP rather than as Chief Secretary to the Treasury?
Yes, it is, and I'll explain why that was. The letter was sent to my constituency as a constituency member of Parliament. I suspect it was probably sent to a lot of members of Parliament. Members of Parliament get a great deal of letters that are circular. I don't know whether that was the case, but the fact that it was sent to me in my constituency rather than at the Treasury suggested it was part of a circulation of letters to many people rather than specifically to the Chief Secretary. And I replied as a constituency MP.
And we can see in the second paragraph, you say, I fully appreciate the serious nature of these, that's a reference to the problems faced by victims of haemophilia, and have noted carefully the views which you express in your letter. I will do what I can to bring these to the attention of my colleagues in the government who have special responsibility for health matters. And then you explain you're unable to attend a meeting that had been arranged at the House of Commons. What would you have had in mind when you said that you would do what you could to bring the problems to the attention of colleagues in government?
Well, two things, really. Firstly, it may help a little if I explain the correspondence process. If a Member of Parliament receives a letter from their constituent that relates to a specific problem rather than a policy matter where a reply would be straightforward, they would do one of two things. They would either see the Minister, but that's not very popular because if every Member of Parliament asked to see the Minister on every letter they had, the Ministers would do nothing else. Or he would write to the Minister either paraphrasing the concern, which was what I tended to do when I wrote, or attaching a copy of the letter and asking the Minister what the government's policy was in order that we could inform the constituent or the person who had written to you exactly what the policy was. If the policy was obnoxious or wrong, you might then see the Minister and talk to it. Now, at this distance in time, 35 years ago, I have no constituency records of my exchanges with constituents in 1987, perhaps unsurprisingly. But I assume I would have written to John Moore, probably since we were colleagues in Cabinet, I would have spoken to him, most probably not in a formal meeting, but as we were in the lobbies voting. When you vote in the lobbies, you go in the aye lobby or the no lobby, whichever is appropriate. All the members of Parliament who are in that lobby mill around. It takes quite a time to vote. It's a very old-fashioned process. And you have the opportunity of talking to your colleagues or ministers. It's highly probable, since John and I, self-evidently Chief Secretary and Health Secretary, had a lot to do with one another, that I would have discussed it with him then.
Now, if we just go over the page, the Haemophilia Society, this time Mr Waters, the General Secretary, wrote back to you 16th of October 1987. The first paragraph, thank you for the letter, and describe the letter in these terms, in which you express support for the campaign which we've recently launched to secure special provision for people with haemophilia who become HIV antibody positive through materials prescribed by the NHS. I just want to ask you about something in the letter that you then wrote back to Mr Waters. It's HSOC 0003583. So 20th of October, you say this in the second paragraph. I'm afraid I must clarify one point, and then you quote from the letter that had been sent by that had been sent by you to Mr Tanner. And then you say this in the third paragraph. My letter was intended to show my overall appreciation of the problems of people who become HIV antibody positive through materials prescribed by the NHS, and should not be interpreted as support for the campaign which we have recently launched. I am sure you will understand that as a government minister, I am precluded by convention from giving specific support to campaigns of this nature, although this does not, of course, preclude me from discussing them with colleagues on a confidential basis. What was the convention that precluded you from expressing positive or public support?
When you have a letter like that, you're essentially asking the government to change its policy. Ministers just don't do that and remain ministers. It's just not the way one behaves. In terms of private nature, you may lobby very hard for something, but you don't want to get any headlines in the paper, Minister X attacks government policy on Y. So you don't say that publicly. What I actually said to him at the time was that I appreciated the serious nature of the issue, and indeed I did, because it was becoming more serious, as we shall see no doubt in a few moments. So I was very sympathetic and remained sympathetic. But until we had changed a policy, it was not appropriate for me as a minister to indicate that, and nor did I. The point about no-fault compensation was always quite a sound point in terms of precedent. What was a much less sound point was the matter I referred to a moment ago, that there are times when your instincts override what is existing policy, and then you try and change policy within government because you are sympathetic to a particular cause. Now, if I may say so, John Moore is no longer with us. And the impression would have been given by the earlier letter from John that you quoted that he was unsympathetic. I have to tell you he wasn't. He wasn't unsympathetic. He was echoing the government's effective line on the legality of the issue, whilst discussing and wondering whether something more should be done about it, as did his successors. And as Chief Secretary, of course, I was aware of what they were thinking privately, but not saying publicly. And the reason they did that, of course, is because until they have all the facts, they don't want to inspire hope that is not met or create controversy that is avoidable. So it is a circumstance, a system that governments from the dawn of time have actually operated until a change of policy is privately agreed. Now, at that time, I replied to Mr. Waters, and I remember his letter because it came so soon after the one from the Reverend Tanner. I was sympathetic of the government's position, of the position of the Haemophilia Society, and it was being discussed privately. John Moore had said at one stage there was not a good case for compensation for reasons of precedent. He did not rule out, nor did he say he'd ruled out, compensation in view of the circumstances of those who were infected. And that is why his position seemed a rather hard line, and it was a good deal less hard line, if I may speak belatedly in his defence, than it immediately seemed. And pretty soon afterwards, if I recall, Tony Newton, who I think was the Minister of State, and John Moore were due to meet the Haemophilia Society. And they had discussed that with me and with others before they went, but only in broad outline they said that they were going. There were many questions before they went that they weren't in a position to answer. And so I advised them to be cautious about those particular questions because we wished to be sure of our facts before any policy was changed.
Let's just pick up that correspondence. If we could have, please, Lawrence, DHSC 0002375_010. Now, this is an undated letter, but it's probably late October or early November, because it refers to, in the first sentence, a meeting on the 3rd of November, and this is 1987. The second paragraph picks up on John Moore's minute of the 24th of September, the one that we looked at a few minutes ago. And then the third paragraph says this, and you're absolutely right, this is from Tony Newton. Whilst John and I still consider those arguments to be intellectually valid, there is a powerful practical case for recognising the particular circumstances of the infected haemophiliacs. This is reinforced by the Society's argument that those affected are a clearly defined group whose numbers are already determined. There is also very strong support for the Society, particularly from our own supporters inside and outside the House. In view of this, we have concluded that the line we have been taking is unlikely to prove politically sustainable. And then if we just look further down, the next paragraph, Mr Newton explains, we believe it would be counterproductive to hold to our present line when we see the Haemophilia Society on Tuesday. We therefore propose to respond more positively by saying the government understood and sympathised with the case that the Society were making. We were therefore considering how best we might respond, and we'd talk to them again when we'd reached a decision. If you are content with this approach, and the you is the Prime Minister, John and I will discuss the options with colleagues before a further meeting with the Society. Our aim will be to identify an acceptable response which runs the least risk of setting a precedent and keeps direct government involvement to a minimum. We'll also have to consider how the cost, which is likely to be the order of 5 million to 10 million, should be met. I'm copying this minute to members of HA. That, I think, is the Cabinet Subcommittee on AIDS. In any event, and you were a member of HA, so this is a letter copied to you. Now, if we could just go further up the page again a little, please, Lawrence. Entirely acknowledge, Sir John, this isn't a letter you authored, but it's a letter you saw. The reference in the third paragraph is to the powerful practical case, and then in the last sentence of that paragraph to the line being unlikely to prove politically sustainable. Looking at it now, what do you think you would have understood the reasons being put forward for a change of position to be?
Oh, I think because it was becoming apparent how serious the issue was and how widespread the issue was and how unsustainable it would be for the people who were suffering without some form of practical compensation. We still didn't know the full scale of what was going on, but it was perfectly apparent that it was a moving situation. And although it's not expressly indicated in here, I think the thought in everyone's mind is that there will be a movement now, and there may well be a movement at a later stage as further evidence becomes available. There's a rather unattractive end to that paragraph when it says it's unlikely to prove politically sustainable. This is a letter from Tony Newton. I have to say Tony Newton would have been much more concerned with the moral case than the political unsustainability of it. I don't know how many people in this room may have known Tony Newton, but he wore his heart on his sleeve, and it was a very big heart indeed. So he would have been more concerned, I think, about the moral case, but he was seeking to persuade ministerial colleagues that politics demanded there was action, as well as the moral case that existed. But this was a moving situation.
And this, of course, is addressed to the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Would that perhaps suggest a thinking or an understanding that the Prime Minister might be more swayed by the political argument than the moral argument?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I can quite see why one might think that. But this is, of course, was a letter written to the Prime Minister, but circulated to all sorts of other people as well. It was generally aimed. It wasn't a specific indication that you had a hard-hearted Prime Minister who was going to be beastly, so you had to say it was all about politics. That really wouldn't have been what was in Tony's mind.
Why? Again, I'm asking you about a letter you received but didn't write. But it's a theme we might pick up with some of the later documents as well. Politically sustainable or politically unsustainable might suggest, coupled with the reference there to there being strong support inside and outside the House from our own supporters, that this was the government beginning to yield to public pressure, political pressure, rather than being swayed by a moral case.
Yes, it does give that impression. I can see that. I can only tell you from within government, of course, pressure from Parliament in particular is a very real part of any decision-making. That is certainly true. But I have to say to you, it wasn't the only part of the decision-making. And it is apparent from the Newton letters, and anyone who knows Newton, that it wouldn't possibly have been. But certainly there was very widespread support within Parliament and within the governing party for the position of the haemophiliacs as the situation became better known. I mean, if you look at the context of the times, I said earlier there was a huge amount of economic problems. It was economic problems that were dominant in Parliament. But the position of the haemophiliacs and what had happened with blood was cutting into that. It was becoming more understood in Parliament and more known in Parliament. Now, Parliament's often like a great tanker. It takes a long time for something to turn it round. And I would certainly say in retrospect, the way opinion was building, it was beginning to turn around. But ministers aren't some different breed who are completely distracted and unaffected by the same emotions that affect backbench members of Parliament. So it wasn't that the government was just reacting to pressure. The government could see the case for help as well as the backbenchers. But it is much easier for a backbencher to bang the table and say, we must have help now, than a government that has to look at the implications of providing help. How much help should there be? What would be the cost of that help in terms of taking money away from other people? How should you direct the help so it goes into the best order? Over what period should that help exist? Should this help be in addition to the social security benefits that were already being paid? One mustn't forget that the social security benefits were already being paid to people who were suffering. But we were beginning to talk here about amounts over and above that to go to the McFarlane Trust as would become, to be distributed to people with haemophilia. So there was a good deal of sensitivity on both sides, both by the government at the time and by the House of Commons as a whole.
I'll perhaps pick up later your description of the tanker and the time taken to turn it round when we've looked at the full range of decision making over the following years. If we then just pick up your response to Tony Newton at DHSC 0003961_011, please, Lawrence. So this is a letter from you, 2nd of November 1987, and we can see bottom of the page that your name appears at the bottom there. If we look at the second paragraph, I have to say that although in terms of equity there might seem to be some gains to be made from a positive response, it would seem to have very real dangers. How could such a precedent be ring-fenced? It could lead to an open-ended commitment of huge dimensions. Might it not give rise to court action against the government because of the implication of negligence? Have the law officers given a view on the possible consequences of a sympathetic response? I do not feel that we can afford to offer such a response until the pros and cons have been thoroughly considered. I therefore suggest that you and John Moore should listen only at this stage, and that the most you should say is that you will consider the points made by the Society with no implication that the government will take action. And then you copy the letter to the Prime Minister and the members of HA. What did you mean, or what looking at this now, do you think you meant by the reference to in terms of equity and some gains to be made?
I can tell you exactly what I meant by it. Consider the questions that were unanswered and had to be answered. You'll note I didn't say that we shouldn't offer it. I said we shouldn't offer a response until we'd thoroughly considered the pros and cons of doing it. And those pros and cons were principally how much money should it be, to whom should it go, when should it go, in what form should it go, what trapdoors would be open to present and future claims on medical issues, what were the law officers' views on the implications of offering effectively no-fault compensation, both now and in the future. Now, there was no suggestion, I think, either by them or by me, that there wasn't going to be some compensation, but we had to be aware of what we were doing if we were going to get the compensation right and how we dealt with it right. And frankly, the Department of Health should have examined that matter with the Chief Secretary before they had their meeting with the Haemophilia Society, but they hadn't done so. I think the meeting had come in a bit of a rush for one reason or another, and they hadn't done so. But before we could decide what help should be given and how the help should be given and to who the help should be given and in what form, we had to answer those particular questions. And that was the purpose of my cautionary letter to them, saying, listen now, and then when you come back, we can discuss further.
And I understand the questions that you've described and that you're posing also in the letter, but specifically the reference to in terms of equity, there might seem to be some gains to be made from a positive response. Do you know what that meant?
Well, I think we're talking about the position of the haemophiliacs there.
So the gains are not gains to the government from
Well, I don't think
responding.
the government gained very much from the sort of horror people were facing. I mean, there's no amount of compensation you can give that could actually compensate for what had happened to them. What had happened to them was incredibly bad luck, awful, and it was not something that anybody was unsympathetic to.
I'm going to come back, just so that those listening know, to the use of the word luck and fate, which you use in your statement, and I want to explore that with you at a little later stage of your evidence.
Yes, sure.
Just to carry through the decision-making in relation to the request that had come from Tony Newton and John Moore, we can see then that the matter was considered by the Cabinet Subcommittee on AIDS on the 10th of November 1987. Could we have CABO 010016_011, please? This is the set of minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of November 1987, Cabinet Home and Social Affairs Committee, Subcommittee on AIDS. And we can see, if we look at those attending, it's chaired by Lord Whitelaw, and then we have a number of Secretaries of State in attendance. If we just go slightly down, we can see John Moore is there, and you were there in your capacity as Chief Secretary to the Treasury. We also have a reference there to Donald Aitchison, the Chief Medical Officer, being in attendance. If we could go, please, Lawrence, to page 6. We can see the heading, Special Financial Assistance for Haemophiliacs. And then the minutes record the subcommittee considered a memorandum by the Secretary of State on whether the government should provide special financial assistance for haemophiliacs. Now, I'm not going to take you to the memorandum, but for the sake of the transcript, so that others can look at it if they wish to, it's JEVA 5021. But in fact, the minutes largely set out what it was that John Moore was saying. If we pick it up just in that paragraph beginning, the Secretary of State for Social Services said, it's about 9 lines down, Sir John, where it's recorded, he had continued the policy of his predecessor in resisting special financial assistance for haemophiliacs infected by HIV on the ground that there'd never been a general state scheme to compensate those who'd suffered adverse effects from medical treatment. However, he was now very clearly of the view that the position was not sustainable unless concessions were made. Haemophilia Society had recently launched a campaign for government compensation. This had attracted a great deal of support in Parliament and elsewhere. And the Society had been given advice by Council that it was most unlikely that liability could be proved against the government, but they'd successfully got across their contention that the moral fault lay with the government for failing to secure self-sufficiency in blood products. Whilst this was a tendentious argument, it was difficult to refute it convincingly. Now, just pausing there, Sir John, before we look at the rest of the document and the rest of the discussion, you'll recall that the letters we looked at from the Haemophilia Society, rather than simply calling for no-fault compensation, had actually made out a case of fault, not necessarily legal liability, but fault on the part of the government or the NHS for failing to secure self-sufficiency in blood products. And then we see John Moore then saying, describing that as a tendentious argument, but difficult to refute it convincingly. It's not clear, I think, from the contemporaneous documentation that certainly I've seen, what was meant by that, or what investigation had been undertaken as to the alleged failure to secure self-sufficiency. Do you recall that being a subject of concern or discussion?
Well, at 35 years distance, no, I don't, and nor would it be likely that I would do. I can think of various things he may have meant, but I don't know. It wasn't my letter, and I don't know what he did mean by that. He may have meant while it was tendentious legally, for example, since he makes the point also that the advice they'd had was that there was no legal liability. He doesn't quite put it in those terms, but that was certainly what the government were being told as to the strictly legal position, as opposed to the moral obligation that I referred to earlier.
In very broad terms, would you accept this? A moral obligation might be said to arise in two ways. That there may be plenty more that I haven't thought of, but two particular ways. One might be the suffering is so great that the government should take action. The other might be there's a moral responsibility or a moral case, because although for reasons relating to difficulties in bringing legal claims and the definition of duty of care, there might not be a legal claim, nonetheless there was fault. Things were done wrong, things were done that should not have been done. Do you...
Yes, I mean, what was in the mind of I can't remember this particular meeting, but certainly what was in the mind of the ministers who had discussed it with me, the health ministers, was the growing level of suffering. That was what was moving their minds. Their minds were not moving because they had suddenly been told by the lawyers, golly, the government are liable. Their minds were moving because they thought there was an obligation, a moral obligation, because of the degree of suffering. That was what was in their mind.
If we then just continue, we can see Mr. Moore continues, he believed the government should accept that haemophiliacs suffered from a unique combination of problems and that special financial assistance should accordingly be made available to them. It was most important that any scheme, if we go to the top of the next page, should be very tightly drawn so that it could not be used as a precedent for other claims. And then there is a further discussion in that regard, which I'm not going to read out. We can pick it up about 10, 11 lines down. We see the proposal. He proposed that up to £10 million should be made available to the Haemophilia Society for distribution to cases of need. And then, if we look at the bottom of the page... Thank you. So this is in relation to the issue of funding. His centrally funded services programme for the current financial year had already come under extraordinary pressure. The proposed financial assistance could only be met out of his budget only by making cuts of around 10% in non-demand-led services. Such reductions in politically very sensitive areas would attract great criticism and would detract from the credit which the government could otherwise expect to obtain from his proposed scheme. He therefore sought the agreement of the Chief Secretary Treasury to the whole of the proposed sum being met out of the reserve. Now, again, obviously these are John Moore's words rather than yours, but the reference there to the credit which the government could otherwise expect to obtain might be said to be looking at the government's reputation. Is that your reading of it? Is there another way in which one could understand the reference to credit?
Well, I don't know what John would have had in mind, but it certainly could be read that way if one wished to look at it in that particular way. I can only say that that wasn't my impression from the discussions I had had with John Moore or with Tony Newton.
So, again, is it possible that's a little like the reference to political sustainability? That's potentially an argument being used to win round others? Well,
it's possible. I mean, it isn't my letter. It isn't my phraseology. So I really am not in a position to answer that. I can only answer for what happened.
If we go over to the next page, we can see your contribution to the meeting is in the second paragraph. The Chief Secretary Treasury said that he believed that there was a very strong case for the government providing financial assistance for haemophiliacs with the HIV virus, and it was important that the scheme should be established with the minimum delay. However, it was vital that the proposed scheme should be ring-fenced as tightly as possible in order to minimise the risk of encouraging claims from other groups which the government might find difficult to resist. He wished to discuss with the Social Services Secretary whether part of the cost could be meant from the centrally financed services programme, but if this did not prove feasible, he would be content for the entire cost to be met from the reserve. And I think, as it happens, this payment was met from the reserve.
To the best of my recollection, it was.
The concern that the scheme should be ring-fenced as tightly as possible, and the term ring fencing will come up again and again as we look at later decisions. Why was that something seen, it would appear from this, as so important by you?
Oh, simply because it's expenditure control. The more we spend money, the more we put up taxes or we borrow. That's the point I made earlier. That is always the case. So that would be a standard position with almost anything, that you need, if you face something that was unforeseen, you will try and ring fence it to people who really need the help and not open a new door for other people in other circumstances to seek a similar scheme. And of course, the government were very worried about the fact that they were breaking new ground. It was the first time that any government had actually made absolutely ex gratia payments for where there was no legal fault. That had not happened before, so it was a new situation. And nobody was quite sure how it would work out, so we needed to ring fence it to avoid suddenly opening the option for a whole range of other claims to be made on wholly unrelated issues.
If we then just pick up the discussion, if we go a little further down this page, please, Lawrence. In discussion, the following main points were made. The first is then about the administration of the scheme. I don't need to ask you about that, Sir John. If we go to the next page, just want to read out paragraphs B and C and go back to this issue of government credit. So B says the Haemophilia Society were at present lobbying for the introduction of a special form of benefit, which would cost the Exchequer around 60 million per annum. The Social Services Secretary should arrange for informal soundings to be taken of the Society to confirm so far as possible that they would regard the proposed grant as a reasonable sum. The government might not secure any credit at all if the Society were to dismiss the proposed grant as wholly insufficient. C, there was a strong case for the whole of the proposed grant being met from the contingency reserve. The government would lose a great deal of the credit they might otherwise expect to secure if the fund were to be established at the visible expense of other sensitive parts of the health service. So again, we see this reference coming, it would appear from other members of the committee in the discussion, to the government getting credit for making this ex gratia payment available. Are you able to help us understand, as a member of the committee, why we see that being featured as an issue?
I don't remember any discussion about that at this distance in time, and nor, I think, would anyone reasonably expect me to do so. And I think there are various things. There is a whole range of different ways one might have said that. It wouldn't have been my phraseology, because I don't think that was the primary concern of ministers.
Do you recall whether there were, and I entirely understand the difficulties of recalling specific meetings so long after the event, but do you recall more generally whether there were particular members of the government who were more resistant to the idea of breaking with this long-established policy than others, and who might need to be persuaded that there was an advantage to the government in political or popularity terms?
Well, there were fiscal hawks in the government, quite a few of them. Whether they were on that particular committee or not, I don't think in some cases they were, but it would probably have gone to cabinet in some form.
It did.
So there would have been concern about that, and so there were people who would have been quite hawkish about it. But that wouldn't have been a majority, but there would have been a minority who would have needed to be persuaded. I mean, some of them might have had within their own responsibilities different groups who could fasten on the fact that an ex gratia payment had been made for something. And if ex gratia payment could be made to the health department for this particular cause, why should not an ex gratia payment be made in their department for a group that were giving them reason to be concerned as well? So that is what I think is being protected there.
So that we don't need to come back to this document again, I'm just going to pick up a couple of references to the position of non-hemophiliacs who've been infected with HIV through blood transfusions or transplant. So we can see at D, it says it was estimated that about 10 to 20 non-hemophiliacs had been infected by HIV as a result of blood transfusions and other transplants. There was a strong case in fairness for extending the scope of the proposed scheme to cover these people and also perhaps those who'd otherwise been infected by HIV in the course of their medical treatment. and that, on the other hand, such persons did not suffer from the full range of disadvantages of haemophilia with the HIV virus, and there's a continuation of further explanation in that regard. And then if we go over the page, we see the Lord President of the Council summing up the discussion. I'm not going to read it all aloud, but about 12 lines down, there's a sentence beginning, the subcommittee recognised that certain other groups had a very strong claim to be included in the scheme, but they agreed that the primary consideration should be that the scheme should be tightly ring-fenced. The Social Services Secretary, in consultation with the Chief Secretary Treasury, should consider whether, if the proposed scheme were to be extended to other groups, such as non-hemophiliacs, it could be ring-fenced to them alone. And then there's a suggestion that further work should be undertaken very quickly. As I say, I'm drawing attention to that because we'll come on to the decision-making in relation to non-hemophiliacs later. And then if we could go just a little further down, please, Lawrence. This is still in the Lord President's summary. It's the last few lines. It says, on the question of funding, the subcommittee had noted the strong presentational advantages of shielding the health service from offsetting savings, but the next step must be for the Social Services Secretary to consult urgently with the Chief Secretary Treasury as he'd requested. Now, that reference to strong presentational advantages, is that about not making cuts from the health budget,
Yes.
but using the contingency reserve?
Exactly. That's exactly what it means.
So that's the Cabinet Subcommittee on AIDS, 10th of November 1987. For the sake of completeness, I'll just read again into the transcript. The discussion was reported by the Lord President to the Prime Minister on the 11th of November, DHSC 0002375_032. We don't need to put that up, Lawrence. And then the Cabinet met, and I will just show this for completeness, CABO 0000185. On the 12th of November, we can pick it up at page 5. Bottom of the page, so it's the last paragraph, we can zoom in on that. So we can see Mr. Moore refers to the subcommittee HA's discussion earlier in the week, and then picking it up 5 lines down, he had now completed the consultations that HA had invited him to carry out with the Chief Secretary Treasury. Preliminary discussions with the Haemophilia Society of Great Britain had also been carried out as HA had requested. The Haemophilia Society were thus aware that the government would assist them in the administration of the financial assistance being made available. And then there's reference to a meeting later in the day of leading figures in the society. Picking it up a few lines further down, if, as he expected, the society's support was forthcoming, he proposed to announce the financial assistance on the following Monday. He would naturally make clear, in accordance with the advice the Solicitor General had given HA, that the money was being made available ex gratia and that the government expressly disclaimed any liability for the haemophilia patient's infection. And whatever the nature of the discussions that you and John Moore had over the preceding 48 hours or so, is this right? The upshot was that this payment of £10 million would be made entirely from the reserves, and it would be limited to haemophiliacs. So there was no extension at that point in time to non-haemophiliacs infected with HIV.
No, we knew the position of non-hemophiliacs were coming to face us. That was self-evident. The purpose of ring fencing is twofold. It's ring fencing to make sure that nobody else creeps into that and starts taking some of the money away from it. So that, to take a practical example, if you then moved on to other people who suffered from tissue transfer, they wouldn't be within that ring fencing. They would have to be dealt with separately and outside the money put aside for the haemophiliacs on that occasion. So the ring fencing isn't just a budgetary measure to protect the Treasury. It's to protect the money that has been voted for a specific purpose to be used only for that specific purpose.
And then if we can just pick up your statement, it's WITN 5284001, please, Lawrence. If we pick it up at the bottom of page 9, we can see in paragraph 3.18 of your statement, you referred to the Cabinet subcommittee meeting and the Cabinet meeting that we've looked at.
Yep.
Paragraph 3.19, you've set out your position, as we saw reflected in the subcommittee minutes. And then just over the page, just wanted to ask you about what you say in paragraph 320. There were risks. The Haemophilia Society were lobbying for a new benefit, cost 60 million a year, and others now in the future might ask for similar support, and once a policy was broken, it would be difficult to hold the line against other claims. So risks to whom? Risks to government spending, essentially?
Risks to government spending from other completely unrelated claims once we had broken the dam of not paying out for no legal fault compensation. Once we moved to an ex gratia payment, we had opened up potentially a whole range of other options where people may come to the government or sue the government or whatever in terms of getting compensation for something wholly unrelated to health, as well as conceivably related to other aspects of health. That's what it's about. It's the same argument about no legal fault compensation.
In terms of the sum that was paid, the £10 million, we saw the reference in Tony Newton's letter to the kind of figures that they had in mind, and then by the time we get to the Cabinet subcommittee meeting, £10 million is the sum fixed on by John Moore. Do you have any understanding from consideration of the documents or recollection or your general knowledge of how government worked as to how that figure might have been arrived at?
I wasn't involved in arriving at that figure, but I think it would have been arrived at on the basis of conversations between Treasury officials and the Haemophilia Society and the assessment of Treasury officials of what the likely need was going to be. And they wouldn't have undercut it because they would have then had to have gone back again and asked for more money at a later stage. And that's always a more difficult proposition. So they would have made what they thought was a genuine assessment of what the need looked like at that particular time on that particular issue. And it would almost certainly, I don't know this for certain, but it would almost certainly have related to discussions senior officials like Straw and Heppel would have had with the Haemophilia Society, and then discussed and costed within the health department. It would not have been costed by the Treasury, it would have been costed by the health department.
So you would have expected there to be, but you would not yourself necessarily have been party to, some kind of informed assessment to come up with that figure?
I would have would have expected that. I think it would have been very imprudent of the health department to go to a cabinet subcommittee or even the chief secretary without an assessment of how the money was going to be used.
It might be said, it might be submitted in due course to the chair, that this was a token sum and it really represented the least the government could get away with paying at that time. Would that be a fair or unfair comment?
Well, I don't think it would be a fair comment. I mean, perspectives, other people would have a perspective. 10 million doesn't sound very much money today, does it? It was a considerably greater sum of money in the late 1980s. And I don't think anyone thought that was going to be the end if the awful problems began to become more apparent and larger.
So I note the time, and I'm going to move next to Sir John's time as Chancellor, so perhaps a good time for the morning break.
Just one question for you before we break, and it's this. To your knowledge, does the inquiry have any document which shows any process which might be described as informed assessment?
I hate it when you ask me that, sir. I'm going to have to duck the question and check. I don't think it does, but I don't pretend to have looked at all the documents that show how the £10 million came up
Well,
with. Not an informed assessment, certainly, but there how 10 million was alighted upon, we'll need to check.
Well, the informed assessment was what Sir John has just said. He would have expected it would have been imprudent of government not to have done that in some form or other. And that's why I ask.
Yes, well, we'll check, but I'm not aware of anything that would look like an assessment of need.
you. Well, let me say to you what I say to every witness at the first break, if not before. At this break, and indeed at every break, please remember you are under oath. You must not discuss the evidence you have given, or for that matter, any evidence you think you may yet be asked to give with anyone, whoever that anyone happens to be, but you can talk about anything else you like. We'll take a break now until 10 to 12. 10 to 12.
So, John, before we move to...
Just wait a moment. Yes.
So before we move to 1989, just picking up upon the last matter I was asking you about, I think for the sake of completeness, rather than necessarily because it gives rise to a question, I wanted to just put up on screen Tony Newton's announcement of the payment of the £10 million in Parliament. It's LDOW 0000241, please, Lawrence. We can see the date of the announcement is the 16th of November 1987, and we can see on the left-hand column it's being made by Tony Newton, and if we just go a little further down that column, please, Lawrence. We can see, penultimate paragraph on the screen, the grant of £10 million is being made from the reserves. So there's the announcement. Can we just go back to the whole page, please? You'll then see, Sir John and Chair, bottom of the page, Robin Cook responds. And if we go to the top of the next column, please, we can see the question being asked by Robin Cook was, will the Minister explain how he has costed the fund and come up with £10 million, or was it a convenient round figure? Is he aware that per head it represents just over £8,000 for every person infected, and that is less than half the capital sum that is paid by his department in cases of vaccine damage? Is he satisfied that such a modest sum is enough, particularly when the most pressing need for the families of the victims is to keep a roof over their heads by clearing a mortgage? And then the next paragraph, Robin Cook asks if if the Minister will undertake to review with the Haemophilia Society the size of the fund. And then Mr Newton's answer, if we just go a little further down the column, he says in the second paragraph, on a number of occasions I've commented on the difficulty of a compensation scheme. This is not a compensation scheme, that must be made clear. It is a recognition of a special and unique combination of circumstances, and I'm glad to make that recognition. On the matter of the £10 million, we arrived at a broad estimate of a sum that we felt would give significant help to the group affected, recognising that to calculate in terms of a specific sum per individual would not take account of the great differences between the circumstances of the individuals affected. That is one reason why we've not attempted to have a regulated scheme. For example, some may be young single men, others may be older men with families and so on. On that basis, we've arrived at this sum and this flexibility of scheme. And then he says in the next paragraph, it'll be up to the Society, and it was, of course, the Macfarlane Trust, ultimately, to decide how to administer the £10 million. There's then a debate that continues with some expressing the view that the sum was less than adequate, or rather Scrooge-like. But that's the parliamentary debate in any event, for the sake of completeness. So, John, if there's any comment you wish to make on that, please do. I don't have a specific question. I just wanted to draw attention to it to complete the issues we were looking at before the break.
No, I don't honestly think at this distance in time there's any comment I can make that will add to what you've just said.
So if we move then 2 years forward in time to the autumn of 1989, by which time you had taken up the post of Chancellor of the Exchequer, if we can start with HMTR 601_005. Now, this is a minute from Mr Saunders in the Treasury, dated the 13th of November 1989, and it is, as I understand your statement, addressed to your principal private secretary. The heading is Autumn Statement, Haemophiliacs and AIDS, and it says in the first paragraph, you asked for a line to take should the question be raised of compensation for haemophiliacs who contracted AIDS through treatment with infected blood products. The following is based on briefing which was supplied for Prime Minister's questions yesterday, and then the line to take is that essentially it's a matter for the Secretary of State for Health. There's reference then to the £10 million. Department of Health has always made clear if representations were made that further contributions were necessary, it would be prepared to consider them. And then if we just go over the page, we can pick it up under the heading not for use. So this, I think, is for your background information rather than for public dissemination. Paragraph 5 refers to consideration being given by Mr. Clark, who was said to be sceptical about the need for any further payment. Mrs. Bottomley is said to think that the government must be seen to be doing more. Now, this is the genesis of what became a further payment to the Macfarlane Trust in late 1989. As I understand it, Sir John, you don't know if you saw this at the time, but you think you would have probably had some form of discussion with the Chief Secretary, who by then was Norman Lamont, about it. Is that right?
Well, I don't know whether I would have had a discussion, as you put it, with it, but I think it's likely that Norman would have told me about the letter at our morning meeting. During the period I was Chancellor, we would have morning meetings, and all the Treasury officials would be there. Although they had quite distinctive responsibilities, they would report on what was happening. So I would be surprised if Norman hadn't told me about it, but I've no recollection of it, and there was no action for me to take on it.
And then if we just follow things through with a couple of documents, again, still from November of 1989, CABO 01000003_005, please. Now, this is an internal number 10 document from Paul Gray to the Prime Minister, 17th of November 1989, and it refers to a minute having been provided by Ken Clark, proposing an early announcement of a further £20 million injection to the Macfarlane Trust. He said, "We know warning this was coming. There's no evidence it's been cleared with the Treasury." I don't think I need to read through the rest of it. Bottom of the page, however, last paragraph says, "Earlier in the week, you did, of course, ask John Major to have a look at this, and we had sought to ensure that the Treasury and DH looked at this together. As I say, it's not clear that this has yet happened. So the best approach might be for you to have an early chat with both Ken Clark and John Major before giving any reaction to the £20 million proposal." And then we can see at HMTR 601_007, this is 19th of November 1989. This records the Prime Minister responding to the Secretary of State for Health's minute and saying she'd want to discuss it with the Chancellor of the Exchequer and with the Secretary of State for Health. Now, as I understand your statement and the documents, it doesn't appear as though a further discussion directly involving you took place, but instead it was delegated to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Is that right?
Well, I don't think it was delegated in quite that fashion. What happened, I think, was that the Prime Minister was due to meet the Haemophilia Society, and she had another meeting with the Chief Secretary. Pardon me. She had a meeting with the Chief Secretary that was fixed, and I think she must have discussed it with the Chief Secretary, which was more appropriate than talking to me about it, since it was by then his responsibility for public expenditure. She might have minuted out she wanted to talk to Ken Clark as Secretary of State and me as Chancellor. But in fact, within the Treasury, it would have been Norman Lamont who would really have dealt with it. So I suspect when he was with her, they had that discussion, and my meeting with her fell away and never took place.
There are just a couple of further documents I want to ask you about, although I think there's no direct evidence of you contributing to this discussion, but you may be able to assist us in understanding what's being referred to. The first is HMTR 601_009. Now, this is a minute from Mr. Saunders, 20th of November 1989. So, again, it's a Treasury minute to the Chief Secretary. We can see it's copied to you, CC Chancellor. And then we can see under the heading Haemophiliacs and AIDS, you're attending a meeting about this with the Prime Minister this afternoon. And then we have the reference to the meeting the Prime Minister was having with the Haemophilia Society. paragraph 3, the Treasury official says this: you should support Mr Clarke's proposals so long as he agrees to absorb the costs, as in paragraph 5 below, and join with him in resisting any pressure for more generous treatment. And then further background is set out about previous payments and what was now being proposed. And then if we go over the page, under the heading discussion, these proposals are probably the minimum required to meet public concern about these cases. So long as Mr Clarke agrees to absorb the costs within the survey settlement for next year, we can go along with them, but we need to be very careful about repercussions in 2 directions. Now, just pausing there, and before we look at what Mr Saunders goes on to say, it might be said as though this minute reads as though it's the Treasury official effectively telling the Chief Secretary what he should or shouldn't do. You should support Mr Clarke's proposals. Was that normal?
No. I mean, it's the Treasury official advising the Chief Secretary. The Chief Secretary may or may not take any notice of that. It's the Treasury official's duty to advise. He advises, but the Chief Secretary would make up his own mind about whether he actually took that advice. So there's no way you can dilute the responsibility for the outcome to the official. The decision would have been made by the Chief Secretary. And
the Chief Secretary is free to challenge or
Absolutely.
Reject the advice provided?
Absolutely. I mean, the officials, in exceptional circumstances, may suggest a change of policy, but mostly they will reinforce what the present position is and what the dangers are of moving beyond it. But of course, ministers have to live with the decision that's taken. So the Chief Secretary would have been entirely able to change it. If he had proposed to do so, I don't know whether he did, but if he had proposed to change it, he would probably have called a meeting with the official and perhaps with other senior officials. The permanent secretary responsible for public expenditure, for example, and they might have discussed it and may well have reached a different decision.
And then I just wanted to ask you about something that's said in the next paragraph. And it's really, again, trying to understand or get your assistance about the way in which decisions were taken rather than this specific decision. So in paragraph 7, what's said is, there is in logic no reason to compensate haemophiliacs who contracted HIV from infected blood products, but not other victims of the disease. The Department and health authorities were almost certainly not liable in the legal sense. And then it's this, Sir John. And given the state of knowledge at the time, the early 80s, about the causes of and method of transmission of AIDS, there was little reason to suspect that haemophiliacs receiving factor VIII were at risk. Now, certainly the evidence the inquiry has heard, based upon contemporaneous material, might put a different complexion on that. And I'm not asking you to express a view on the correctness or otherwise of that statement, but in terms of process, this is someone, an official within the Treasury, setting out in his advice to the Chief Secretary a statement, an assertion about the state of knowledge about the risks of AIDS in the early 1980s. If a Treasury official is going to make that kind of statement or provide that kind of advice, what would you expect him to have some proper evidential basis for that? And how would you expect the department to go about exploring whether that statement was correct or not?
Well, I don't know what evidence the official who wrote that would have had. But of course, AIDS was becoming a significant problem at the time. Norman Fowler was chairing committees related to it. Those committees would have met. Advice would have been given to those committees. That advice would have been enshrined in the reports of what that committee discussed and decided. And the official may well have been drawing on what was said to the AIDS committee. I don't know, but I suspect that is probably, the official wouldn't have made it up. It would either have been a matter that was common knowledge, as it were, or it would more likely have been a matter that was picked up from other government documentation that had been copied to him, but which he not necessarily was part of.
Okay. Would it be right to say that a Treasury official, and this is as a matter of generality, I'm not asking you to comment on what Mr Saunders himself was saying at this point of time, but a Treasury official should not make that kind of statement, would you accept, unless there's some form of evidential basis for it?
Well, I don't know about should not. I mean, in my experience, they didn't make that sort of statement without some sort of knowledge, because it would have been a mistake to do so. So I do not know where that knowledge came from, and I wasn't involved in it, but I suspect, as I said, that it would have come from some other document within government, probably the minutes of something related to the AIDS committee.
And then just to complete, again, the picture in relation to this decision-making in November of 1989, if we go to HMTR 601_012, so this is 20th of November 1989. It's from number 10, Paul Gray at number 10, to an official within the Department of Health. And we can see it refers in the first paragraph to a meeting having taken place involving the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State for Health, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and also the Attorney General to consider this announcement of a further £20 million allocation to the Macfarlane Trust. I just want to ask you about two passages within this letter, and again, it's really for your general observation, Sir John, rather than any direct involvement. If we could just go down a little further, please, Lawrence, third paragraph. So the letter records this. Summing up this part of the discussion, the Prime Minister said it was agreed that the issue of whether or not to proceed with a further allocation to the Macfarlane Trust need not be affected by the position reached in the legal proceedings. The issue therefore fell to be settled on political grounds. Knowing, as you must have done, the Prime Minister, Mrs Thatcher, fairly well by that point in time, do you have any insight into what that reference might be to political grounds?
It's clumsily phrased. That is certainly true. I think what they're seeking to say here, and the last sentence is clumsy and capable of misrepresentation. What they're saying there is that we need not do things on the basis that we were likely to lose in court. We had to reach a political decision on what to do. Now, that political decision would be based on many things. It would be based, as you will undoubtedly put to me, on pressure perhaps in the House of Commons or from the Haemophilia Society. But it would also have been based upon whether it was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do in terms of helping people who were in a desperate situation. Now, you could have expressed it in that fashion and enlarged the summing up. But the summing up is inevitably not word perfect. It may not even be an absolutely accurate version in that it was abbreviated of what was actually said by the Prime Minister. I have no idea. But it would certainly have embraced what the political situation was. And that would involve the concern, the moral concern, the need for people to get help, and the political pressure. All of those things would have been a focus. Which was the dominant focus in the Prime Minister's mind, I have no means of knowing, but it would have involved all those, I'm sure.
And then just to pick up on the issue of the moral focus, if we go over the page. Said, second paragraph, in discussion, the following points were raised. 1, in presenting such a package, it would be desirable, as well as avoiding any acceptance of legal liability, to avoid conceding any moral obligation. Rather, the emphasis should be on the special circumstances of this particular case, although distinguishing the position of the haemophiliacs from other difficult cases like vaccine damage was not easy. You've previously spoken about the moral case or the moral obligation. This appears to be Prime Minister, Secretary of State, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, not obviously you part of that meeting, saying that there shouldn't be a concession of a moral obligation. Again, really drawing on your knowledge of the government at that time. Can you help us understand why that might be the case?
Well, yes, I can, almost certainly. If the government had started talking rather than acting on the question of a moral obligation, if they had started talking of it, it's the old problem of opening the gate to all sorts of other things. That, I'm sure, would have been what is in their mind. You can think, everyone in this room can think of a dozen things where you could argue someone has a moral obligation to do something. And the government has to guard against that if it is to keep control of events and keep control of the sum total of its expenditure. So it is the same point that we came up against earlier. It is trying to ensure that whilst there must be extra help, it's presented purely as an ex gratia payment without indicating the underlying elements that created the need for that ex gratia payment. That, I am sure, I do not know, I didn't write it, but that, I'm sure, is what would have been in their mind.
If we then move now nearly a year forward to October 1990, so to the last few weeks of your time as Chancellor of the Exchequer, and as you'll know, Sir John, the litigation referred to commonly as the HIV haemophilia litigation was ongoing, and that came to your attention in October of 1990. If we can just work through a handful of documents, not all of them would have been seen by you, but if we start with HMTR 601_042. Now, this is a minute of the 2nd of October. It's from Mr. Edwards, so 2nd of October 1990, to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. If you look at the names there, is this copied to your office?
It doesn't seem to be, no.
And then we can see in any event that there's reference to, there's been a discussion with Mr. Clark, and the issue that's now come to the fore is whether the government should negotiate an out-of-court settlement or let the court case proceed. That's what's set out in paragraph 2. And then if we look down towards the bottom of the page, we can see some advantages and disadvantages set out of those two courses. So advantage of negotiation would be the government would hope to settle the matter quickly, avoid a long drawn-out court case attracting much opprobrium over an extended period. Top of the next page. Disadvantages of negotiation would be likelihood of a more expensive outcome, high probability that the existence of the negotiation and any offers made would leak and cause the government further embarrassment and opprobrium. C, the improbability of settling out of court for a sum as low as 24 to 30 million. And then D, if, as is all too likely, the existence of the negotiation leaked but no deal was struck, the government's condition would be far worse than if no negotiation had been entered at all. A failed negotiation would give the critics a field day, and the trial would proceed on the basis the government was prepared to offer 30 million. And then paragraph 6 is the policy of letting the case proceed without any attempt at negotiation, and then we see again the advantages and disadvantages set out. A, strong probability the government would win. B, the likelihood of setting damaging and expensive precedents would be much less. C, the risk of embarrassing leaks from behind the scenes negotiations would be avoided. So those are the advantages. And then top of the next page, disadvantages would be the likelihood of continuing criticisms over an extended period, and B, the slight risk of losing the case badly. And then paragraph 8, on the above analysis, the strategy of eschewing negotiation and letting the court case proceed looks to be clearly preferable, certainly from the Treasury point of view and probably from the point of view of the government as a whole. Now, looking at those pros and cons, and again, I'm really asking for your observation as an informed insider rather than someone who was directly participating in the decision-making at this point in time, Sir John. But that discussion of pros and cons, very much looking at government spending, cost to the government, reputation, criticisms of the government. There's no, or it might be said, there's no reflection there of the position of the haemophiliacs, the advantage of alleviating suffering, etc. Is there anything you can assist us in understanding why the Treasury might be presenting it from that point of view or looking at it from that point of view?
Well, the Treasury would have been looking at it purely from the point of, if it had come from other departments, if it had come from the Department of Health, you may have seen that. But the Treasury would be speaking to its own responsibilities, and its own responsibilities are to control expenditure within reason. And sometimes it's not possible to control expenditure, and it wasn't here, and it soon became apparent that it wasn't here. But the Treasury would have put forward its argument and it would have no doubt entered into debate with whomsoever they were discussing it with, or whichever committee it may have gone to, and a conclusion would have been reached. But the Treasury wouldn't have put forward a case and then undermined the expenditure case by adding other issues as well. And that would have been true since the dawn of time with Treasuries, as far as I'm aware.
So the Treasury's primary concerns, because it is the Treasury, would be fiscal and political fallout for the government?
Yes, I think that's a slightly harsh way of putting it, if I may say so. I can see why you do that. But I think it might be fairer to put it, the Treasury has to advance the case that the Treasury is there to advance. And the Treasury is there to protect and advance the quantum of public expenditure and the direction of public expenditure. As you will have seen, what has happened in the past, the Treasury appeared to be resistant. When it went into discussion with the Chief Secretary and the Department of Health, the Treasury wasn't really resistant at all when you got down to discussing the actual impact that it was intended the sums made available were for.
If we just follow this through, so that was 2nd of October, if we just pick it up at HMTR 601_043, we get to the 5th of October, again, it's Mr. Edwards to the Chief Secretary. If we just look at paragraph 4, please. So if we go just further down the page, Lawrence. It says, you may wish to check before writing or talking that the Chancellor, so that was you, Sir John, is of a similar persuasion, hence the square bracketed final paragraph of the draft letter. If we go over the page, this is the draft that had been prepared by Treasury officials for the Chief Secretary to send to Kenneth Clarke as Secretary of State for Health. And we can just see the second paragraph explains the line to take that the Treasury is suggesting is that any attempt to negotiate an out-of-court settlement would be a bad mistake. We have to let the haemophiliacs representatives bring the court case if their intent, as they appear to be, on doing so. And then there's a discussion again of the pros and cons set out in the letter. I'm not going to go through that again. It reflects the document we just looked at. But if we go to the bottom of the next page, we can see there's a very last paragraph on the page. There's a bit in square brackets, John Major has authorised me to say that he shares my views on this. Now, that I think it was anticipating, the minute would suggest that the Chief Secretary would discuss with you and try and ascertain what your views were. I don't think the documents tell us if that happened or not. It's probably a stretch to ask you to remember, Sir John, but do you know whether that's a conversation that took place or not?
Well, if Norman Lamont said that he had discussed it with me, then he would have discussed it with me. Do I remember it at this distance in time? It might have been a very brief discussion at the morning meeting. We had in mind to do this, and I dare say there was more to it than that. We have it in mind to do this. Are you content? And I would have said, if that's what you think is the right thing to do, Norman, go ahead. But was I involved in a structured discussion about this? I don't recall one, and I don't know of anything in the official documentation that suggests that I was. But of course, at this distance in time, who could be absolutely certain? But I don't think so.
Now, I just want to briefly bring up 2 documents just to show where the position had got to by the middle of October. So the first is HMTR 601_046. This is Mr. Edwards, 15th of October, 19...
Actually, that square bracketed bit at the end may have been, I mean, you've seen a letter with the square brackets in it. That may have been before he discussed it with me, and it's in square brackets because he was intending to do so.
That's my reading, Sir John, yes.
He may well have done that, so it may be he didn't discuss it with me, but I simply don't know.
No, there is, attached to the document that we're just about to look at, there is a later version of the draft letter which doesn't include any reference to you, so I don't think it... it's by no means clear whether there was a discussion with you. So this is 15th of October, and there's a reference to there going to be debates in Parliament, in the House of Commons and the House of Lords. I just want to pick up paragraph 2. Department of Health officials assure me the government line on both occasions will remain exactly as it has been hitherto. there will be no suggestion that the government might be willing to negotiate an out-of-court settlement. So this is really just to show the chronology of events, Sir John, in the weeks before you became Prime Minister. So that's the position set out in this minute. And then if we look at DHSC 004696/035, please. We can see this is the 16th of October 1990. And if we go just a little further down the page, please, Lawrence. Right-hand column, we have Mr. Wallace asks a question. Does the Prime Minister agree that the honourable and decent way forward in the tragic case of the 1,200 haemophiliacs suffering from the AIDS virus is to offer far more generous compensation than has been the case up to now, rather than continuing to fund ever-increasing fees for lawyers to argue the toss over the matter? And then we have the Prime Minister's answer. The government have already made available some £34 million to the haemophiliacs who are suffering from this very grievous happening as an ex gratia payment without prejudice to their taking legal action in the courts. Obviously, we wish to know the legal position before any further payment is considered. So I don't have a question for you, Sir John. That's to show where things had got to by the middle of October 1990. Now, you became Prime Minister 28th of November 1990. But before we look at then how this issue came to your attention as Prime Minister, can you just help us a little with understanding more the organisation of Number 10 and how it might be that decisions or documents might come to you as Prime Minister and what might not be put before you? Was there any particular rule of thumb?
Well, it wasn't really a rule of thumb. I mean, it was a pretty rigid set of circumstances. Things would typically come to the Prime Minister if they were likely to be controversial, if there was something upon which the Prime Minister needed to rule, if there was something that the Prime Minister had previously spoken about. Any of those would mean that documentation was copied to the Prime Minister. It might be copied to the Prime Minister for all sorts of other reasons as well. It might be copied to the Prime Minister if the Secretary of State thought, hang on, at some stage this is going to come back and bite the government in some way on any issue. So therefore we better make sure that Number 10 knows about it now. And so they write a memo and they copy it to Number 10. These submissions would come into Number 10. They'd come into the private office. They would be filtered by the various Economic Secretary, Foreign Affairs Secretary, and so forth, and then presented almost certainly to the Prime Minister's principal private secretary, who would decide which of those matters actually had to be seen by the Prime Minister straight away, and which had to be held because they had been sent in case something would happen in future, so that Number 10 had been informed about it and could carry it forward. Now, I don't know what percentage of the things that are referred to, that are copied to Number 10, are actually seen by the Prime Minister. But my guess is that it would be a pretty small percentage that were actually seen, simply because of the sheer volume of paper. I don't wish to set out all the other things that take the Prime Minister's time. Suffice to say, there is a great deal, and the paperwork is absolutely extraordinary. So the job of the private office would be to protect the Prime Minister from having to read things that were not immediately relevant, very important, or whatever it may be. They would be very selective in what they showed him. But they would keep the correspondence to hand in case something else occurred that meant the Prime Minister should go back and read that earlier submission to Number 10.
Now, around a week after you became Prime Minister, Mr. Waldegrave, who was Secretary of State for Health, wrote to you. And if we can then just follow through the correspondence over the days that then followed. We start with HMTR 602_016, please, Lawrence. So this is addressed to you. If we go to the second page, first of all, We can see it's dated the 5th of December 1990, and it's WW, so William Waldegrave. If we go back to the preceding page, we can see Mr. Waldegrave said this: further to your exchange with Terence Higgins at yesterday's questions, I'm writing to let you know the current position on the HIV litigation involving haemophiliacs. And then he sets out a number of points by way of background. The third paragraph refers to the 2 payments previously made. Fourth paragraph explains, however, around 770 infected haemophiliacs and 190 of their partners and close relatives are suing the government and the health authorities for damages alleging negligence. The main court hearing has been set for March 1991, as it's expected to last for 6 months. The trial judge took the exceptional step of suggesting that both sides should consider a compromise settlement. In its formal rejection, the department said that the moral and compassionate arguments had already been recognised by the government and drew attention to the dangers of creating an expectation that all those injured as an unintended effect of NHS treatment would receive compensation without having to prove negligence. However, the coordinating committee for the plaintiff's solicitors have now put forward a proposal which would in effect involve a total cost to the government of some £50 million. This is very much lower than their earlier proposal of nearly £100 million, and may, I am advised, represent the fact that the doves amongst their lawyers are temporarily in the ascendant over the hawks. We therefore have a choice before us, which I'm about to discuss with the Chief Secretary, and about which I will then want to minute you. Legal costs of going on may be £20 million or so. Political costs are high. On the other hand, precedents are dangerous. The purpose of this note is not to ask for a decision, since I've not yet had my meeting with HMT, and the costs and benefits of either course are therefore not yet agreed, but to warn you that the last occasion when a decision other than to fight it out could be taken is going to occur in the next few days. Meanwhile, obviously, we must play a dead bat. Obviously, I can ask Lord Waldegrave, as he now is, about that when he gives evidence next week. But that's the minute he sent to you on the 5th of December, not asking for any particular action or decision on your part yet. Is it likely, given it's directly from a minister to you, that you would have seen that?
I think it's certain I would have seen it.
And then
on an issue like this, and from the Secretary of State, I'm sure I would have seen it.
And then we can then just pick it up on the 7th of December, when Mr. Waldegrave wrote to you again, HMTR 602_019. So this is a covering minute, which gives the date of the 7th of December. And we can see from the covering minute, it says, as agreed, I enclose a copy of the minute, which has gone to the Prime Minister this evening. And then if we go over the page, so this is, again, from William Waldegrave to you. He refers to the earlier minute of the 5th of December. 2, I was able to go through the issues in detail with the Chief Secretary yesterday evening. We examined in particular the proposal put forward by the Plaintiffs' Counsel. 3, the conclusion was that provided that the plaintiffs would commit themselves to accept their counsel's proposal, we should be prepared to accept it. On our best estimates, the cost of such a settlement would be higher than the most favourable outcome from fighting and winning the case, but much lower than the cost of fighting and losing the case badly. Our counsel have put the risks of this as between 1 in 3 and 1 in 6. It would also be likely in practice to be cheaper than fighting and losing a significant minority of the cases, or fighting initially and settling out of court later. Mr. Waldegrave then records a conversation he'd had with the leading counsel for the government, who'd had a conversation with the Plaintiffs' Counsel. Paragraph 5 says that that counsel reported back that Rupert Jackson, so that's the plaintiff's lead counsel, believes the proposed settlement would stick and will advise the plaintiff's steering committee to accept it. In Rupert Jackson's view, the longer the affair continues, the more difficult it will be for him to get agreement from his clients. If we go to the next page, we then see the reasons Mr. Waldegrave sets out for not passing by the opportunity to settle this. So he says this: the Chief Secretary and I believe that we should not pass by a possible opportunity to settle this very difficult issue. We are coming under increasing pressure to settle, not least from our own backbenchers. So that's the first point, pressure from backbenchers. Settlement now would enable us to avoid the long drawn-out court cases beginning next March in which public sympathy would be with the haemophiliacs. So that's, again, we've got the backbench view, now the public view being set out. Then the third reason given, it would also strengthen our position in dealing with Rosie Barnes' private member's bill on no-fault compensation. The amounts payable per person, as shown on page 1 of Council's proposal attached, would not be publicly regarded as overly generous, though the plaintiffs have, of course, received £20,000 each or more from the government already. We think it would be better to settle on the figures proposed by the Haemophiliacs Council if his clients support him than to bargain publicly for lower figures, which would carry the risk of sparking a public auction in which the government would receive little credit and could end up by paying more. And then paragraph 7, that said, we should clearly need to handle our response with the utmost care. And then there are a number of points set out. Again, I'll ask Mr. Waldegrave about this in more detail in due course. But he says we mustn't go beyond the £47 to £51 million figure, which looks generous by international standards. Recipients would have to undertake to drop existing cases, forswear bringing any future cases. All the plaintiffs would need to accept the settlement. And then there's a reference to a subcategory of medical negligence cases. And then bottom of the page, plaintiffs' counsel would need to advise his clients that the offer provided a reasonable basis for discontinuing the court action. If we go over the page, and paragraph 8 refers to social security disregard. Again, I don't need to ask you about that, Sir John. Paragraph 9 refers to where the money will come from in terms of settling the negligence cases. And then paragraph 10 sets out Mr. Waldegrave's proposal to you. I would propose, without directly accepting the Haemophiliacs Council's proposal, to instruct Andrew Collins to ask their counsel to confirm with his clients that they would settle on the basis he has proposed. We must ensure that the settlement figure which has been proposed remains the Haemophiliacs Council's figure and does not become the government's offer, still less the government's opening offer. And then paragraph 11 asks for your authority to proceed accordingly. We must expect that news of the negotiation will leak when counsel consults his clients. He would, however, be consulting his clients about a proposal which he himself has made. And I would propose for the time being to make no public comment. Top of the next page. If we're asked point blank when the negotiations are taking place, we would propose to say that the plaintiffs' representatives have been in touch with us, but that we had no further comment to make. Now, what's your understanding of why this was coming to you for your authority to proceed? Was it something that required prime ministerial approval?
Well, I think it was probable that they thought this was an issue of such size that it ought to have prime ministerial approval. And because, of course, it was breaking with all precedent on no-fault compensation, so therefore the department wished to know that the Prime Minister was content to breach the previous method of doing business and agree to a payment of this size without any subsequent difficulties coming back. There were a variety of things about it. Very unusual for the judge to suggest a compromise settlement, but the judge did suggest a compromise settlement. And the coordinating counsel for the plaintiff's solicitors themselves did exactly the same. Now, there were a vast range of things to consider here. It would have been absurdly foolish, I think, not to have taken the opportunity of settling an issue that had caused a great deal of anguish for the victims, but also was dragging on for so long that one needed a definitive settlement. And it seemed to me that it was entirely right, and if that could be an agreed settlement rather than an imposed settlement, it was far more likely to be acceptable to people. Whatever an imposed settlement would have been, there would have been disputes as to its credibility, to its stickability, and to much else besides. So it seemed, I had no doubt, William Waldegrave was a very powerful advocate for settling. He wished to settle. He thought it was the right thing to do. And the Chief Secretary agreed. that it was the right thing to do. I assume this all came out of reserve. I can't recall now, but I'm sure it would have done. And I thought it was the right thing to do for the reasons I've just set out, and the moral obligation reason I referred to before, which so upsets people because governments don't actually write it in their minutes. But I did make two stipulations to that. And they were the stipulations that had been suggested, and it was important to make it clear that this was not imposed on a take-it-and-leave-it basis by a government who said, you're going to lose the court case, if you don't take this, you'll get nothing. That was not remotely the state of mind, nor was it what happened. So I did make the two stipulations, which you're probably going to come
I'm going to take you to those so that we can just look at exactly what you said.
Yep.
So if we go next to CABO 000044_007. Now, before we look at the handwriting, Sir John, this is a minute to you from Dominic Morris within number 10, 7th of December 1990. We can see the first paragraph refers to the Health Secretary's attached minute, so that's the document we've just looked at. And then we see Mr Morris setting out what essentially a summary, the position in relation to the cost. If we go further down, so if we just pick it up halfway down that long paragraph that's at the top of the screen, the basis is that the Haemophiliacs Steering Committee would accept it as full and final settlement of their case. That committee represents most but not all of the victims. There's no guarantee that some of the plaintiffs represented by the committee and some of those whom it does not represent would not hold out for a higher figure. But the Health Secretary's view is that faced with the prospect of continuing legislation, I think that probably should be litigation, and a settlement which most had accepted, the remainder would settle. And then the three risks in the approach. First is there might be pressure for a higher figure. The second is the precedent for future cases. And then over the page, the third is the treatment of social security payments. And then it records, both Barry and I think that these are significant risks, but clearly the Health Secretary, Chief Secretary Tony Newton and Council think they're outweighed by the advantages of settlement on the basis proposed. And then you're given two options: content to accept the Health Secretary's proposals, or do you want a meeting early next week to discuss it further? That handwriting, is that yours?
It is.
So you were content to accept the Health Services Secretary's proposals and you didn't want a further meeting. If we go back to the first page then, if you can help us with the handwriting.
That's mine.
Yes, if we could zoom in.
Handwriting top right-hand corner, yes, that's
yes,
mine.
Yes, if you could help us read exactly what it says.
I know my handwriting.
I know what A and B say because it's then typed up in a minute from your office, but it's the first bit. Yes?
Yes, I could easily live with this.
But
A, it must be clear it's the plaintiff counsel's proposals and his figures, and B, he must get agreement to accept before we announce figures.
I can take you to the typewritten copy which tells us what the rest of that says.
Thank you very much.
HMTR
I'm grateful for that.
602_020. So 10th of December, this is Dominic Morrison, number 10, writing to the Department of Health. So this is recording your decision that you'd written on the memo we just looked at. The Prime Minister was grateful for your Secretary of State's further minute of 7th of December. He agrees that it is right to settle this as soon as possible for many reasons. He agrees that the Health Secretary should proceed as he proposes, but, and then we have the stipulations, as you've described them, it must be clear that it is Plaintiff's Counsel's proposals and his figures. Plaintiff's Counsel must get agreement from his clients to accept before the government could announce figures. Until then, it is very much Plaintiff's Counsel's initiative. So those, I think, were the missing words on the copy that we had. Now, why was it important in your mind to be clear that it was the Plaintiff's Counsel's proposals and figures?
Because I didn't want people to think it was an arbitrary proposal enforced upon them by the government. I wanted it to be understood that it was an agreed proposal and indeed that the agreement had actually emanated from those representing the victims of the haemophilia disaster.
And then the second stipulation must get agreement from his clients to accept before the government could announce figures. Until then, it's very much Plaintiffs' Counsel's initiative. What was your thinking there?
Well, if his clients, to borrow your phrase, had said no, then he would no doubt have wished to put an alternative to us. So I thought it was in everyone's interest to make sure that it was an agreed settlement, so that nobody could be aggrieved later as a result of the settlement that was actually made. I much prefer agreement to dispute. And here we had the chance of agreement, and it seemed prudent to make sure that those who were affected by the agreement actually accepted it from their own representatives as being fair, rather than being seen to grudgingly accept it at the hands of the government.
So at this point in time, were you anticipating that the matter would be considered by the plaintiffs themselves, who I think, as far as we know, were unaware of the proposal that had been put forward and which the government was minded to agree to, that they should be informed and agreement should be sought before there was an announcement by government?
Yes, that was my intention.
And when you said there before the government could announce figures, do you know what you had in mind there? Was that the overall settlement figure, or...?
I was thinking both of the overall settlement figure and that the plaintiff's representative would tell them how it would affect them in the individual categories. But that was a matter for him, not for us.
Now, if I can just then pick up what happened in terms of the announcements, because there's some questions about that. HMTR 602_021, please. So this is from Jeremy Hayward, and we can see it's from the Chief Secretary to the Treasury's Department, 11th of December 1990.
I think with respect it was to the Chancellor.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. So Mr Hayward was Private Secretary to the Chancellor at that point. You're right, it's addressed to the Chancellor.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just describing who it was from.
It's from the
Mr.
Chief
Hayward.
Secretary to the Chancellor.
Yes. And then we can see Mr Hayward sets out this. As I told you, Mr Waldegrave wants to announce this afternoon that the government has agreed in principle to accept the proposals put forward by the Plaintiffs' Counsel for an out-of-court settlement. Mr Waldegrave's office have supplied their proposed text to us, copied to you. Crucially, Mr Waldegrave apparently wishes to make this announcement whether or not the Steering Committee of Lawyers representing the haemophiliacs has signalled its agreement to Council's proposals. The Steering Committee is meeting Council at 1:30 p.m. today. This is, of course, completely at odds with what the Chief Secretary agreed with Mr Waldegrave last week, and inconsistent too with the Prime Minister's view, Dominic Morris's minute of yesterday, and that's the document we just looked at. Having discussed this with the Chief Secretary, I've suggested to Number 10 and to the Department of Health an alternative form of words against the contingency that the Steering Committee does not agree to the Plaintiffs' Counsel's proposal this afternoon. And then we can see the alternative form of words is, could be said much rather more non-committal. I understand Counsel for the Haemophiliacs has been discussing with his clients a possible settlement. I welcome that. The government will, of course, look at any proposals the plaintiffs may wish to put to us. I cannot comment further at this stage. If we go over the page, it records Number 10 thought this was exactly right. The Department of Health did not. Mr Waldegrave phoned the Chief Secretary on the car phone to make clear his view that a public announcement that the government was prepared to deal would in fact help to secure the Steering Committee's agreement. The Chief Secretary expressed the contrary view and stressed that it was not in Mr Waldegrave's own interest to do anything that would increase the risk of the government being driven to accept a more generous settlement. The Treasury had already been more than generous. The Chief Secretary believes that we should now leave this to the Prime Minister's political judgment. I am fairly confident that Dominic Morris will suggest that the form of words above is more appropriate, unless, of course, the Steering Committee does agree today with Council's proposed settlement. Now, again, I can ask Mr Waldegrave about his own thinking, but if we just go back to the first page, the handwriting at the top of the page, it's not your writing, this isn't a document you were seeing, but it says, the PM has now gone along with the Waldegrave proposal and has announced that we are settling. We'll look in a moment at what you said and then what orally and then what Mr Waldegrave said in writing. But can you assist us in understanding why there was what might be said to be a change of position about how the government would deal publicly with this issue?
Well, I'm not sure how much of that would really have come to me in detail. I had obviously said that I agreed with William Waldegrave. How much of the undergrowth had actually come to me and how much of it was a dispute between the two departments, I really don't know at this distance in time. Though I think my recollection is that the Plaintiffs' Counsel did agree. And so we went ahead. I made a generalist statement in answer to a question in the House, and William Waldegrave made a detailed statement in the House, I think possibly either that day or the following day, I forget which.
Well, if we just look at those two statements to complete the factual picture. So the first, your own statement is at DHSC 0003654_003. So this is the 11th of December. It's Prime Minister's question time, it would appear. There's a question from John Marshall. We'll see Mr Marshall's role when we look at the issues of hepatitis C in particular. But your answer is, I can now tell the House that the government have been examining this matter and have been able to agree in principle to proposals being put forward by the plaintiffs' lawyers. Provided the proposals are formally approved by individual plaintiffs, and in the case of minors by the courts, they should provide a basis for bringing the matter to an agreement successfully and soon. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, will inform the House of the details. I'm sure members of all parties will welcome this development, as I do. If we just look then at Mr Waldegrave's written answer, DHSC 0020866_034, please. And so I think we need to go over the page. Yes, we go over the page. Top of the next page. Mr Waldegrave says this is the 11th of December, so this is a written answer. The Steering Committee of Solicitors representing the HIV haemophiliac plaintiffs and their counsel have put forward to the Department of Health proposals for the settlement of this litigation, which they regard as a fair and reasonable resolution of the plaintiffs' claims. Government have carefully considered these proposals, agree they'll provide a fair and proper way of ending this litigation and of making financial provision for all affected haemophiliacs and their dependents. And then there's a reference to a belief that the case is legally strong, etc. The government have therefore agreed in principle to meet the steering committee's proposals. And then we see the figures being, overall figures being given. In outline, the compromise would result in the government providing to the Macfarlane Trust, in addition to the £34 million already paid, a further sum of about £42 million for distribution to all HIV haemophiliacs and their families according to their respective circumstances. Furthermore, the government have agreed that payments from the Macfarlane Trust will not affect entitlement to social security and other statutory benefits. The plaintiff's reasonable legal costs would also be paid by the government. Because the proposed settlement will require the formal approval of all individual plaintiffs, and in the case of minors of the court, it would be inappropriate at this time to publish further details until all plaintiffs in the court have had an opportunity to consider the full terms of the settlement and to approve them. Now, it might be said that what's been done here by Mr Waldegrave announcing the overall figure is at odds with your stipulation that we looked at, your second stipulation that we looked at a few minutes ago. Is that how you understand the position? And if so, are you able to explain to us how that came about?
I don't know how it came about at this distance in time. I suspect the concern was that the agreement would leak, because the agreement was was known to a number of people. It was known to the Treasury, who I don't think would have leaked. It was known to the Health Department, who probably wouldn't. But it was also known to an awful lot of people at the Haemophilia Society and elsewhere, and people who had been approached. So there's a real chance that it would have leaked. And I suspect at this distance in time, it was the danger of a leak that would probably have persuaded ministers, and I assume I was asked about it, that we should proceed straight away before it leaked and began to become very messy.
And did the tabling by Mr. Waldegrave of the written ministerial statement bounce you into making an announcement against your better judgment?
No. I'm sure it wouldn't have done. I mean, at the end, we worked closely on these things, and no, he wouldn't have done that.
Leaving aside the question of whether what was done was a change from what you contemplated in your stipulations or not, why was it thought appropriate to make any announcement in Parliament before the plaintiffs, leave aside the steering committee of lawyers, but the plaintiffs themselves had been consulted, let alone given an opportunity to
I think the answer was the one I gave you a moment ago. I assume the answer. At this distance in time, unless there was something that I can't remember, I don't know. But I'm assuming, looking at it, that the reason would be that we would have been concerned about a leak. And it may well have been a partial leak. It may well have been an inaccurate leak. The danger that is created time and again by leaks that are only partial or inaccurate of what is proposed by the government, it's a constant concern. So I suspect, this distance in time I don't know, but I suspect that would have been a material factor.
And then just one final document on this issue of how the announcement was made. HMTR 602_023. This is a minute from Strawn Heppel in the Department of Health to Mr. Edwards in the Treasury. It's 12th of December 1990. If we just look at the text before we look at the handwriting, it says, I attach a copy of the press release which the Plaintiffs' Steering Committee put out yesterday afternoon. You'll see from this that while the Steering Committee comment that the figures do not represent proper compensation in moral terms, they do make it plain that these are figures that they would be prepared to recommend to their clients. I don't think I need to read the rest of it. If we can just go and look at the handwriting, I don't think, if we just look at those who were copied first of all, is there anyone here who represents number 10, as far as you can recall?
Alex Allen probably does, or he may have been at the Treasury then. He may have been at the Treasury still, but he did go to number 10.
I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that this document with these annotations was seen by you. In any event, we have in what I think is the handwriting of Mr. Edwards of Treasury, these words: vexing as DH's handling of this was, it turned out as well as or better than we might have expected. X1 is encouraging. That's just a reference to an annotation later in the letter. We don't need to worry about that. I will, however, make clear again to DH that this was no way to do business. In the meantime, I've asked them to ensure that their press office gets across the point that the government has already provided £34 million. Do you have any insight into what's being referred to there as the department's vexing handling, or of this being no way to do business?
Well, almost certainly the change of the announcement procedure, I would think. It just occurs to me, looking at those dates, 12th of December 1990, that would have been right in the run-up. I'd only been Prime Minister for 14 days. I don't know, it's quite possible I was in America, meeting President Bush, discussing when the Gulf War would start. Now, I haven't been able to check my diary, but certainly my diary was overwhelmed with pre-Gulf War preparation, as you might imagine. Visiting the Gulf to talk about a whole series of things, including the funding of the war, looking at the stationing of the soldiers, the enormous problems we had. We were very concerned in the months leading up to the Gulf War and at the beginning of it that the Iraqi's Republican Guard had biological and chemical weapons. And we were very, very concerned that they would use those chemical weapons in the Gulf War, which started at the beginning of the 12th of January. So if there were things I didn't see, that may well have been the reason. I could have been overseas, either in the Middle East or in America, or I just could have been so buried under the legislation that things were discussed between the Treasury and the Department of Health without necessarily involving me. I've only just noticed the dates. In retrospect, that might have been it.
We know you were in Parliament on the 11th of December, because that's your announcement, but in terms of the 12th of December...
I just don't know, but I would have known. What would have been consuming my mind at that time would have been the onset of war, because we feared very many casualties, and the Department of Health was very much involved at the time in what to do to prepare in case our servicemen were met with a chemical or biological threat when the fighting actually started.
And then before we rise for lunch, and just to complete the documentation in relation to the settlement of the litigation, shortly before you became Prime Minister, Mrs Thatcher wrote a letter to Alf Morris, 2nd of November 1990, HSOC 0012332. So it's in response to a letter from Mr Morris, enclosing a letter from the General Secretary of the Haemophilia Society. If we just skate down the page, first of all, we can see the second paragraph. She says that she is appalled by the tragedy, as moved as everyone else by the plight of those infected. Next paragraph says, never disputed our moral responsibility to pay attention to the needs of the victims and their families. And then the last paragraph on that page says, despite our promise to keep under review the 34 million already made available, many haemophiliacs have decided to pursue legal proceedings alleging negligence against government, licensing authorities, etc. The case is before the courts. Over the page, Mrs Thatcher sets out the successive government policy in relation to no-fault compensation. I don't propose to read out that long passage. And then in the last sentence, the last paragraph, she says, I'm sorry if this is a disappointing reply, but the government is showing its great concern for haemophiliacs with HIV by the ex gratia payments it's making. The question of compensation has to remain a matter for the courts to decide. So that's Mrs Thatcher's position not long before you take over as Prime Minister. And as we've seen, one of your first steps as Prime Minister was to agree to what Mr Waldegrave was putting forward to you as a compromise of the HIV litigation. To what extent was the change in government and Mrs Thatcher being replaced by you a factor in the settlement of the case?
It's difficult to say. I cannot answer for Mrs Thatcher's views, nor would I seek to do so. To the best of my knowledge, we never discussed them. One meeting that we were going to have, as we discussed earlier, was replaced with a meeting with the Chief Secretary because it involved expenditure. But I suspect that if Mrs Thatcher, despite this letter, if Mrs Thatcher had been presented with an acceptable, agreed solution, I suspect that she would have taken it. I can't be certain of that, but I suspect she would. Certainly to me, I was in no doubt that an agreed settlement was the best option, because even if it had been, even if the government had gone to court and won the case, it would not, in my mind, have ended the legitimate claim for help from the haemophiliacs who'd been damaged by infected blood. So we needed a settlement. However the settlement came about, we needed one. And an agreed settlement between those acting for haemophiliac victims and the government was self-evidently the best way to proceed.
And then can I just finally ask you about one comment you make in your autobiography on this issue? So if we go back to RLIT 000168, please. We go to page 7 of the document. Bottom of the page. You say this: another priority, so this is the last paragraph, Sir John, less specific perhaps, was tolerance, a conservative value which some Tories overlooked and which I aim to restore to the fold. 2 Swift Acts set the course. I decided to unfreeze child benefit payments. This was achieved at my request in Norman Lamont's first budget. And to compensate haemophiliacs who'd been infected with the HIV virus as a result of contaminated blood transfusions. Both of these decisions achieved a certain notoriety and were seen by some as signs that I was breaking with what had gone before. This was a characteristically false history. The broad tradition of our party was tolerant. And then you say this: if a certain shrill and censorious tone had set in, it was that tone which broke faith with our past. My predecessor was not personally unsympathetic, but some less tolerant than she saw Thatcherism as a vehicle for intolerance and sometimes prejudice. Now, I'm not going to ask you about what you say as the role of tolerance within the Conservative Party, Sir John. It's the reference to, in the context of discussing this very issue in your autobiography, the compensation for haemophiliacs infected with HIV, to a shrill and censorious tone, and some who saw Thatcherism as a vehicle for intolerance and sometimes prejudice. Who or what did you have in mind there?
Every political party is a coalition. It doesn't matter, any political party of any size is a coalition. And that is true of the Conservative Party as well. And there are some people in the Conservative Party who take what you might kindly call a very hawkish view of social issues, the everyone must stand on their own 2 feet argument, rather than an argument that understands that there is a responsibility for those who can to help those who cannot. And I was referring to the minority who took the stand on your own 2 feet argument to extremes. Self-evidently in our society, there are a lot of people at any time, not least now, who need help from those who are in a position to give it. And the mainstream of the party I joined was always in favour of doing that. I was very much in favour of doing that. It wasn't a universal view inside the Conservative Party, then as now, and it was to that that I was referring.
And the shrill and censorious tone
came from that group.
And not from Mrs. Thatcher?
I didn't particularly have Mrs. Thatcher in mind when I said that, because, as I said, I think if she had been presented with an agreed settlement, I cannot be certain, but I think she would probably have been advised to accept it and would have accepted the advice. People who don't know Mrs. Thatcher assume the legend of Mrs. Thatcher is the real Mrs. Thatcher. But underneath the legend of the unyielding Iron Lady was someone who often did yield and often did look at things on a human basis to a much greater extent than she is given credit for. May not universally have been true, but in my experience it often was. And I saw her, of course, as a Social Security Minister. When she gave me my first job in government, she put me in Social Security and said, that is where I started. Learn Social Security and you'll understand something most people in Parliament never will. And then in my later jobs, as Chief Secretary, I had a lot of contact with her, and self-evidently as Chancellor. So I perhaps saw more of her than most. And I saw her in the private, unguarded moments, as well as in the official prime ministerial role, where a policy had been made and she stuck to it rigidly. But it is simply some of the myths about Mrs. Thatcher and her hard prejudices are simply not true. They are not the Mrs. Thatcher that I knew. She did have some very hawkish views, but they were not universal, and they were not views against hardship in the community in the way it is often presented.
But in any event, as I understand your earlier evidence, on this particular issue, compensation for haemophiliacs, you didn't have any particular discussions with Mrs Thatcher?
No, I had no discussions with them at all, as far as I recall.
So I note the time, and I'm going to
No
move.
formal discussions, certainly.
Thank you. I'm going to move to a different topic after lunch.
Right, well, we'll take a break now for lunch and come back at 2:05. 2:05. just before Ms. Richards starts again with her questions, can I just say something? I was spoken to by someone who was listening, or trying to, this morning, and they said to me that they had been distracted by the noise of people talking a bit too loudly around them. I see some people are nodding. Please, by all means, you will feel the need, I'm quite sure, at times to say something to your neighbour, but if you can do it in such a way that it doesn't disturb other people's concentration, I think they would be grateful. Ms. Richards.
So, John, I'm going to turn now to the question of the extension of financial assistance to non-hemophiliacs infected with HIV.
Yep.
We can pick it up in April 1991 at DHSC 0002872_001. Yep, DHSC 0002872_011. I'm sorry, I think I said 0. My apologies, Lawrence. Yep, 011. So this is a briefing for number 10, 24th of April 1991. And we can see it's headed HIV-infected blood transfusion recipients, as distinct from haemophiliacs. And then we can see there are 5 short paragraphs to the briefing. The first is, in general, the government doesn't accept the case for no-fault compensation. However, it recognised that special circumstances applied to haemophiliacs with HIV. The next paragraph refers to what was said to be the double disadvantages for haemophiliacs because of pre-existing haemophilia. The third paragraph deals with the hereditary nature of haemophilia and the implications of that. And then the fourth and fifth say this: a similar combination of factors would not generally apply to blood transfusion cases. In principle, blood transfusion cases are no different from other people who suffered from medical accidents or the unintended side effects of treatment. So that was the government line, if I can put it that way, as at 1991. I'm just going to show you one other document and then ask you about that line. If we go to DHSC 0002912_009, this is now the end of 1991, 2nd of December 1991, and it's a letter from you to John Marshall MP, and we can see that over the page. We can see the John Marshall is at the bottom of the page. He'd written to you, raising this issue with you, as he did, I think, on a number of occasions over the years. And so your response, we go back to the previous page. If we look up in the second and third paragraphs, you say, we made clear when we made the settlement in the case of haemophiliacs that they were a very special case. The government has acted accordingly. I've every sympathy with the plight of those non-haemophiliacs who've been infected with HIV as a result of blood transfusions. But as you know, the House has very recently decided on a free vote that it did not support the principle of no-fault compensation for medical accidents. Every case of a patient damaged by medical treatment represents a human tragedy, but the cogent arguments which led the House to reject the principle of no-fault compensation apply, I believe, also in this case. So you were, as I read this letter, Sir John, is this right, effectively holding the government line, maintaining the government line?
The government line was almost certainly under discussion by then, but yes, that was holding the government line. John Marshall, I should say, was a regular correspondent. His constituent was the chairman of the Haemophilia Association, and he was a very strong supporter of any help he could possibly get, and he pressed continually for it. And he would often approach me in the lobbies and talk about it privately. He was as good a friend to the haemophiliacs who were suffering as anyone in the House. And he was very close to them. So when one heard from him, one did stick to the government line until one was certain the government line had changed.
Do you have any recollection of what your own view was about that government line but by this time?
We're talking of April.
Well, the first document we looked at was April. This is now December 1991. And the line is being maintained at this point in time. It changes in early 92, as we'll see, that haemophiliacs infected with HIV had been a special case, and that those infected through blood transfusion should not receive any financial support. Do you recall anything of your own thinking about how tenable that line was?
These approaches came to me very irregularly. Indeed, after 92, there were none at all for 3 years. So I wasn't sitting on top of the problem all the time, which was lodged firmly elsewhere. I saw it when it was brought to my attention, and I responded to what was immediately in front of me, and it may be one of 30 or 40 things in a day. So if you ask me precisely what my thinking was at that time, I can't honestly tell you what it was at that time. We moved to a situation where I thought that the line that we'd taken was not only unsustainable but unfair, and we moved on. But what I actually thought at the time I signed that letter, I really can't honestly tell you. Whether there was internal discussions inside Number 10, because although one discusses this with other departments as well, there's also a policy unit inside Number 10, and there are the very senior officials who are private secretaries inside Number 10. And often one would be discussing that with them. And indeed, it was one of them within the next 2 months who began pressing very hard the fact that the government line was, he didn't put it quite this way, but both unfair and unsustainable.
And I think that's probably Mr. Chapman, and we'll look
That's
at
who
that.
I had in mind, yes.
Just before we do, if we could look at HMTR 603_053. Now, this is 29th of January 1992, and it's Mr. Chapman forwarding to the Department of Health a copy of a letter from Neil Kinnock, who was then the leader of the opposition. And then, if we look at the second paragraph, it says, I should be grateful for briefing for the Prime Minister on the same subject by close of business 3rd of February in preparation for a meeting which he is having with John Marshall, MP, and others. So it would appear that things have moved forward a little, at least, from your letter to John Marshall, because you have agreed to see him on this subject. Is that right? And if we go over the page, this is Mr. Kinnock, as he then was, letter to you. Dear Prime Minister, you'll know of the most recent exchanges in the House on the subject of compensation for non-hemophiliacs who've accidentally been infected with HIV during blood transfusions or tissue transplants. Like many other members of Parliament and of the general public, I had expected that the government would by now have provided compensation for these tragic victims of accident. I was surprised and dismayed, therefore, to see that Virginia Bottomley has said that the government would not make provision for the non-haemophiliacs on the same basis as the HIV-infected haemophiliacs, even though it's obvious that both groups were victims of similar and serious treatment errors. Making provision for the non-haemophiliacs would be elementary justice. Far from involving untold expenditure, as Mrs. Bottomley claimed, it would involve a relatively modest sum and be completely justifiable as a way of at least easing the economic disadvantage suffered by the people afflicted with HIV. I must appeal to you to accept that on moral and logical grounds there should be compensation for these unfortunate people, and ask you to take immediate action to see that it is paid. Now, I think top of the page there's some handwriting, which I don't think we can clearly discern what that is, but was that your handwriting?
No. My handwriting is pretty bad, but not as bad as that.
In any event, looking at it now, do you think that Mr. Kinnock's intervention might have played a part in the government reflecting on the position?
Well, I find it difficult to disagree with what Neil Kinnock wrote, and we were moving in that direction.
And then if we just pick
I would certainly have taken into account what he said.
And then if we just pick it up with Mr. Chapman's note to you then, CABO 5044_011. This is dated the 3rd of February 1992. The date's on the second page. It's from William Chapman to you, and it's obviously a briefing in anticipation of the meeting. Mr. Marshall's coming to see you tomorrow to discuss the question of people infected with HIV through blood transfusion. Following the award to haemophiliacs who were infected by HIV through blood transfusions, controversy has now switched to non-haemophiliacs similarly affected. I attach a brief from the Department of Health, of which you need only read the first 3 pages plus the page on ring fencing. Just pausing there, I'm not going to take you to the Department of Health brief, Sir John, but I'm just going to read the references into the transcript so others can follow it if they want to at a later stage. CABO 5044_012, CABO 5044_014, and CABO 5044_015. Other documents, I think, to which Mr. Chapman were referring. He then records that Mr. Waldegrave's still not given up hope of extending help, but is meeting Treasury resistance. Surely the government will sooner or later have to give way on this one, and the sooner it does so, the more credit it can rescue. Treasury argue that it's difficult to ring-fence the case of people infected with HIV so that special groups who've suffered at the hands of the NHS will not have a precedent to claim compensation. However, this seems to ignore a couple of points. The other groups, which are thought to be in the wings, are all suffering from non-fatal diseases. HIV, by contrast, is probably the inevitable first step to AIDS and is almost certainly a death warrant. In a sense, the pass has already been sold by the granting of aid to haemophiliacs. The government argues that they are a special case because their lifelong condition has been exacerbated by HIV, unlike non-haemophiliacs who've been healthy up until the time of their need for a blood transfusion. This cannot be true because some of the latter must include, for example, people suffering from leukemia. The government's position seems increasingly untenable. You may like to use the occasion of the meeting with Mr. Marshall to seek a report on the position, citing the above arguments. You may not recall what your response was at the time, but looking at it now, is there anything in what Mr. Chapman says that you disagree with?
Absolutely nothing.
And we saw there again the reference to credit. If we just go back to the first page. It's the 4th paragraph where he poses the rhetorical question, surely the government will sooner or later have to give way on this one, and the sooner it does so, the more credit it can rescue. That, again, does seem to suggest a concern with reputation.
This is a remark of an official, not a politician, yes. Not a minister. So I'm afraid I can't answer for what William had in mind when he said it. But clearly, it is better to do something that is right before you're forced into a position where you have no choice but to do it. And he was probably making that point so to reinforce his recommendations.
Now, you had a meeting on the 4th of February with Mr. Marshall and others. Well, we can look at it briefly for the sake of completeness. It's CABO 5044_023. This is again from Mr. Chapman. It's addressed to the Department of Health and it refers to the meeting that took place the day before with a group of MPs who are there named and who include Mr. Marshall. It records a number of points made by the delegation. I'm not going to go through the detail of those. Bottom of the page, this records your response. The Prime Minister expressed his personal sympathy for those affected. He had to be concerned, however, that the case could set a precedent and help to lead to no-fault compensation. Given the state of the art of blood screening at the time, it was difficult to say conclusively that the NHS was at fault. It would be helpful if a clear, robust position on ring fencing could be established. If compensation were agreed, recipients would need to undertake, as the haemophiliacs had done, that they would not pursue extra compensation through the courts. And then over the page, the Prime Minister agreed to consider the matter further and to discuss it with your Secretary of State and the Chief Secretary. So, is it right to understand this letter as essentially saying that you were not opposed to the provision of financial assistance, provided it didn't set a precedent for other cases?
In the old terminology, it was a nod is as good as a wink to those members of Parliament that we were actively considering the matter. That's what it was, yes. And indeed, I think pretty soon, because the discussions had obviously included William Waldegrave privately, he very soon came back with some more proposals.
Yes,
And as I said earlier about William, he was a foremost advocate of help throughout his period.
If we go to HMTR 603_063, this is William Waldegrave to you, 7th of February 1992. The first paragraph refers to the meeting that you'd held with a handful of MPs, and the last sentence of that first paragraph says, you will have experienced for yourself the strength of feeling that the issue is causing across all parties. 2, I'd put proposals to the Chief Secretary for resolving this issue on the same lines as we did for haemophiliacs, but for reasons which I well understand, he did not feel able to agree. 3, however, given the mounting parliamentary and public concern, I believe we should reconsider my proposals. And then there are 3 elements set out. I'm not going to ask you about that. Paragraph 5, we must recognise the risk of weakening our general opposition to no-fault compensation. The Chief Secretary is rightly concerned about this, but we shall have to make plain we're responding, as with the haemophiliacs, to very special circumstances, but that our general policy remains firm. And then the top of the next page just deals with where, in terms of the source of money, where the money might come from. Now, I'm not going to trouble you, Sir John, with there's an exchange of further correspondence, some of which I think might have been copied to number 10, some not, but involving Mr. Waldegrave and Mr. Mellor. Mr. Mellor's already given evidence about the issue. Mr. Waldegrave will be giving evidence next week. But there are issues about ensuring that there's a ring fence there and where the money will come from and so on, resulting in an announcement in Parliament on, I think, the 17th of February 1992 or thereabouts, that the financial support along these lines will be made available. Looking at it now, perhaps conscious of, I think it's in this part of your statement you use the analogy of the tanker, the government is a tanker taking a long time to turn round. Did the government try to resist this additional provision for non-haemophiliacs for too long? Did it take too long to get to the position in February 92 of making some financial support available for the first time for them?
It had been possible, but it wasn't very convincing to draw a distinction between haemophiliacs and non-haemophiliacs with HIV. And as the discussion developed, it became pretty clear that the policy as it existed would have to change and would have to include this new group. That said, at the risk of repeating what I've said before, the concern about no-fault compensation and the direction in which that could go was a genuine worry with the Treasury at a time when other budgets were being chopped because of the inflationary spiral that we were seeing in the early 90s. And more expenditure would mean more reductions elsewhere. So perhaps it was longer than it would normally have taken had we not had exactly the difficult economic background that we did at that precise moment. But the direction of argument was moving inexorably to the position upon which we finally landed. I don't think I would argue with the argument that it could have been done sooner. I can only say, in retrospect, you could often see things a little more clearly than you can when you have a dozen other things in front of you at the same time, and perhaps that was true of everyone involved.
Can I turn then to the issue of financial support for those infected with hepatitis C? Mm-hmm. If we start with DHSC 0004498_143. This is a number 10 letter to the Department of Health, November 1995. And it says here, under the heading Haemophilia and Hepatitis C, you'll recall we discussed the possibility of the Prime Minister meeting a delegation of Conservative MPs led by John Marshall to discuss the case for compensation for haemophiliacs who've contracted the hepatitis C virus. The Prime Minister remains unconvinced that it would be sensible for him to meet the delegation. However, in light of the recent concern expressed by a large number of MPs, the Prime Minister would like to consider the case for a meeting more carefully. To assist him, I should be grateful for a short briefing on the issue to include a summary of the line he might take in such a meeting. Now, we'll look at a handful of documents in a moment, Sir John, about decision-making, but this might suggest that essentially you, number 10, was really being led by the Department of Health, or the Department of Health was leading on this issue and setting the policy. Is that right?
Well, they certainly were. Of course they were. It was a health issue. So it would inevitably be led by the Secretary of State for Health. Number 10 would lead perhaps on macro issues, but by and large there are 20 or so departments of state. And they would all have their own responsibilities and they would lead on it. So naturally, the Department of Health would have been in regular contact in a way that number 10 couldn't possibly have been. Now, this correspondence is 3 years on from the last set of correspondence we take. Within those 3 years, between 1992 and 1995, no document relating to the blood tragedy collectively came to number 10 that I'm aware of. Certainly none has been unearthed. It would have been dealt with by the health department, so self-evidently they were leading, as they should have, because it was their responsibility to lead. They were certainly leading on the policy. And was it their intention to lead number 10 in a particular direction? Every department of state tries to lead every Prime Minister in a direction they personally think is correct. That is their job.
Would it have been open to you, nonetheless, as Prime Minister, to say, I'm not sure I agree with this line, this policy, and to push back and to take a different view?
Of course.
If we just look at your...
If I could just add to that, of course it would have been within my authority to do that. But if you have one of your senior ministers pushing for a policy, it is pretty unwise not to have it properly examined before you say yes or before you say no, because you would have an outline of the problem, but probably only an outline. The Secretary of State, whether it's education or health or defence, would know far more about it than anyone in number 10 possibly could. So just to brush it aside because you had a whim that it was wrong, or to accept it because you had a whim it was right, would be pretty flippant decision-making. You actually need information, and you need facts, and you need costs in order to make a proper decision, because your decisions aren't just made on your behalf. They are, and I hope this doesn't sound pompous, they are meant to be made on behalf of what is right for the country and what is right for individual groups within the country. So you must examine what is going on important issues, as this certainly was, before you actually make a decision.
Now, what you said in your statement, I don't think I need to put it on screen, but it's paragraph 3.58 of your statement, is that the department had felt the line could be held to those who contracted HIV through transfusions, and there was an innate resistance to going further. What was the cause of that innate resistance? Was it purely fiscal?
I think in terms of hepatitis C, there were two reasons. Inevitably, in everything any government does, there is a fiscal view. Either it is easily granted or it isn't. And in the financial position of the 1990s, very little was easily granted. So, of course, there would have been a fiscal element. There is also the comparison between the position of haemophiliacs themselves and haemophiliacs with HIV and those with hepatitis C, which, as the Haemophilia Society themselves conceded in letters, was a far lesser risk. And as the medical advice we received and they received confirmed that was the case. So there would have probably been, and I'm assuming what was in the Department of Health's mind because they didn't set it out in a note to me, I'm assuming it was a combination of those two things that they were referring to in terms of the innate resistance. They may also have been referring to a third thing, and that was the innate resistance in Parliament as a whole to the vote against no-fault compensation in a private member's bill that had been taken some time before.
I just want to look
So
at
it could have been any one or all of those three things.
I'm just going to look at a handful of documents in relation to hepatitis C with you. It's an issue we're going to be picking up with Lord Horham, John Horham, on Wednesday in more detail. But if we just look, first of all, at CABO 5044_040. This is a communication from 5 MPs, 30th of September 1995, so it includes John Marshall. The first paragraph refers, sorry if we can go to the, thank you. The first paragraph refers to what's said to be one of your earliest decisions as Prime Minister to compensate haemophiliacs suffering from HIV, and then it refers to the widening of that to those who had been infected through transfusion. And the second paragraph says this: there's now an allied but similar problem. There are some 3,000 haemophiliacs who've been infected by the hepatitis C virus as a result of being treated with infected blood products. Of these, some 600 will die, and over 50 have already died. This has resulted in the anomaly that those haemophiliacs who have died through HIV have been compensated, whilst those who have died through HCV have received nothing. This is, we believe, unacceptable. Now, that communication would have informed you that although hepatitis C was different in some respects from HIV, it was nonetheless a decision that could lead to and had led to a significant number of deaths. Do you have any recollection whether that resonated with number 10, with you, with your colleagues, with the department?
Well, I have no recollection of it, but of course I have read the papers again and looked at it, so I'm familiar with the position that was taken then, and a position that I must have taken then, though if you ask me whether I actually remember it, the answer is that I don't. I think we were affected by the usual arguments that I have repeated again and again about no-fault compensation. But beyond that, we were influenced, undoubtedly, by medical opinion, advising us that hepatitis C sufferers were in a very different position overall from those who previously had been granted compensation. And I think the information we were given as to the number of deaths was, every death is tragic, but it was wholly different from the information from the delegation of senior Conservative MPs that you referred to a moment ago, and very, very different. There were other factors, I think, at the time. The British government wasn't the only government in refusing compensation to hepatitis C victims, presumably for the same reasons. Almost every other country, and maybe all of them, I can't be certain of that, did not offer compensation to patients contracting hepatitis C. And I dare say that would have been a significant factor. And of course, the information we had from the Haemophilia Society itself, Graham Barker's letter to Arthur Freer is a case in point, if you have that to hand, illustrates the distinction between the two. So it would be a combination of those things. I don't know in retrospect whether that was the right decision. It's impossible to know. You take the decisions with the focus of immediate events, you look at them later a good deal in retrospect, and you wonder on a number of fronts. Was I wrong, perhaps by being too under-generous? Was I wrong with being too over-generous? I've never been entirely certain with hepatitis C whether we took the right decision then, but that was the one that we took.
If I can just...
Suffice to say, if I remember rightly, 10 years later, I think hepatitis C patients were granted some compensation. I don't know how
2003.
much. By the then government of,
Yes.
sorry, 6 years later, 8 years later. And I think that was probably right.
And then I just want to pick up a a couple of documents with you. I think in fairness, particularly given an observation you've just made, I should show you, first of all, CABO 5044_041. This is from Mark Adams, so an official within number 10, I think, to you.
Yes.
It refers to Mr. Marshall and others pressing for the government to compensate those infected with hepatitis C. The department's currently drawn a firm line between the two viruses, whereas HIV almost inevitably leads to death. Hepatitis C need not, although some estimate that as many as 20% of those contracting the hepatitis C virus will die. And then there's a recommendation that you give the group a hearing, and the question is content for us to fix a meeting. If we can then just look at a follow-up minute from Mr. Adams to you, CABO 5044_044. So this is the 16th of November 1995, and the first paragraph tells us that refers to the earlier discussions, and then the second paragraph refers to an early day motion having been tabled. And Mr. Adams says this: in the circumstances, I now think it is the least you could do to meet the delegation. And then is this your handwriting, Sir John?
It is.
So to say what? A brief on the issue and... Can you help with the next two words?
Just. It's our line, a brief on the issue and our line before we decide, please. So I was asking for a brief.
And then I think that the brief that you received, doing the best I can, may be this: CABO 5044_042. Before we look at this, I'm just going to read another document. So this is a short document, and then there's a background document, the reference for which, but we don't need to put it on screen, is CABO 5044_043. This says, in terms of the line to take, greatest sympathy for those inadvertently infected, but no fault, no negligence on the part of the NHS has been proved. Secretary of State for Health has reiterated the policy of his predecessors that he does not believe no-fault compensation is a sensible use of NHS resources. Agree with that judgment. The principle involved is not one which can or should be lightly breached. Then there's the reference to the precedent already established by HIV, and what it said there is that was in light of their very special circumstances. Those affected were subject to significant social problems and were all expected to die within a short space of time. And then there's this question, and this is really what I want to ask you about, Sir John. How could this have been prevented? And the answer is this: patients concerned received best treatment available in the light of medical knowledge at the time. As soon as reliable tests became available, 1991, all blood donations tested to prevent hepatitis C infection. So it would appear from this that you're being told by the Department of Health two things there: patients received best treatment available, and that as soon as a reliable test was available, blood was tested for hepatitis C. If you're being assured of those facts as Prime Minister, would you expect that someone within the Department of Health would have undertaken some investigation, inquiry, analysis to check that those assertions are correct, that there's some proper foundation for them?
Well, I think that's a reasonable assumption, don't you?
If it turned out that there was not a good factual basis for either of those assertions, the assertion about best treatment available, the assertion about the testing as soon as a reliable test became available, would that concern you now?
Well, I don't know whether that has been the case or not.
No, it's a hypothetical because...
I don't know whether it's hypothetical. I mean, I can see one thinks one's got a reliable test, something else happens 5 years later and you find you haven't. Well, that would be concerning because the Department of Health were themselves wrong, perhaps had been misled by medical advice, and the advice to me had been wrong, and perhaps the decision taken was wrong. But it's a hypothetical I'm certainly not aware that that was the case.
Let me put it a different way. It's still a hypothetical question because obviously the briefing you received was the briefing you received. If you had received a briefing which said, how, under the heading, how could this have been prevented, there are some question marks about whether patients received the best treatment available. There are question marks about whether they were provided with proper information about risks. There is a question mark as to whether there was a delay in introducing screening. So in other words, if you've been told that there potentially were steps that could have been taken that might have prevented or reduced this, do you think your response in terms of the provision of financial assistance would be different? I can tell you
exactly what my response would have been. My response would have been, let me have the information that you've just hinted at. Give me the details of what wasn't done and what the effects were of not having it done. Because without that, I wouldn't have been in a position to make a judgment based on facts. But I didn't ask those questions because I wasn't advised that.
If we then just look at CABO 607_004. This is a follow-up minute from Mark Adams to you, 1st of December 1995. Again, it refers to the approach by Mr. Marshall and others and your request for more information. If we look at the second paragraph, he refers to the briefing, which I think is the document that we just looked at. And then, bottom of the page, he says the only purpose of meeting the delegation would be to be seen to be listening to a campaign which is gathering ground across Parliament, including within your own party. And then there's references to MPs who'd signed the early day motion and Haemophilia Society publication. Top of the next page, you say, although there's some merit in a meeting to be seen to be listening, I understand why you feel this may create more difficulties than it solves. Alternatively, you might prefer the delegation to meet a minister in the Department of Health. Can we just go back to the first page, because it's actually the handwriting I wanted to ask you about then. Is this your handwriting again?
It is, yes.
And it says...
Please return. I'd like to discuss with the Chief Whip.
And what is it you think you'd have wanted to talk to the Chief Whip about this?
I would have wanted to discuss the whole issue with the Chief Whip. The Prime Minister sometimes wants a dispassionate piece of advice, not from the Secretary of State, who has, as it were, a direct interest in the outcome, but somebody quite dispassionate, and it may have been that. Quite whether it was that or not at this distance in time, how can I know? And there's no notes taken of meetings with Chief Whips, so there's nothing to indicate what it might have been. So that is my guess.
Now, you turned down a meeting with Mr. Marshall, and that's CABO 607_001. Sorry, next page. Apologies, Lawrence. So 26th of January 1996, you refer to Mr. Marshall's letter of the 30th of September. You apologise for the long delay. And you say, but as you know from your discussions with Alistair Goodlad, I've been considering the issue carefully. Alistair Goodlad was who?
The Chief Whip.
And then you explain why you understand why Mr. Marshall's pressing the case. You refer to the very special nature of HIV in terms of the government's line. And then the next paragraph, you say that John Horam has been carefully considering the issue. I can pick that up with Lord Horam. And you say you don't see what would be gained by a meeting to discuss this issue further. As that refers to, Mr. Marshall had first written in September 1995. Can I just take you to a letter Mr. Marshall wrote to Alistair Goodlad, the Chief Whip, CABO 607_002. So this is the 10th of January 1996, so it's a couple of weeks or so before you wrote your letter. And Mr. Marshall says this to the Chief Whip, picking it up in the third line. I find it unacceptable that I should have had to wait over 3 months and not yet received a reply to my letter asking for a meeting between me, the Prime Minister, and 3 members of the 1992 Executive and a former Minister to discuss the issue of possible payment to haemophiliacs infected with hepatitis C. If this were to be limited to those who developed cirrhosis of the liver, the cost would be relatively slight, but many would feel a fundamental injustice has been corrected. It is quite clear that the government is not interested in my views on this subject, and I therefore feel I have no alternative but to indicate I will not be able to support the government in a division should this issue become the subject of a parliamentary vote. Do you have any observation on Mr Marshall's assertion there that it was quite clear that the government was not interested in his views?
It wasn't a question of them not interested, they didn't agree. And I think there is a distinction between those 2 points. And it's plainly the case from the letter you read out a moment ago, neither of which incidentally had I seen until now, that John Horam had been considering the matter, that there had been discussions, that he had talked to the Chief Whip about the matter as a whole. So he certainly wasn't being ignored, and indeed he wasn't, because as we have seen earlier, I'd met his delegation and replied to letters of his on a number of occasions in the past. But there was nothing more fresh that I could say to him. I should add that this is a very important issue, obviously, but barely a day goes by when there isn't a delegation wishing to see the Prime Minister for one reason or another. And if you accepted every delegation, when you had nothing fresh to say, and when the delegation knew what it was you were going to say because it had already been said to them, either by a junior minister or perhaps on this occasion even by the Chief Whip, or very possibly in private conversations in the lobby, for certainly I had conversations with those 5 members, not collectively but individually, during times when we were voting. It would have been a meeting without real purpose at that time. I had no evidence to change my mind from the work that John Horam and others were doing. The government had set out its position. It would have simply either raised hopes that did not exist, or it was a meeting that the delegation wished just to indicate they had taken things as far as they possibly could to those who were pressing them to do so. What their motivation was, I don't know, but the outcome of it would not have been productive at the time they were asking for it, because at this stage, I didn't know what any conclusions were from the meetings John Horam had been having.
Now, I won't take you to it, but again, in the interest of fairness and for the sake of completeness, the Secretary of State for Health did have a meeting with John Marshall a little later in 1996, on the 24th of April 96. The reference, but we don't need to put it up, Lawrence, is DHSC 004289_144, and that was with Stephen Dorrell. There are just 2 further documents, I think, on this issue. The first is DHSC 0006324163. So this is a letter of the 29th of April 1996, and it's from Mr Marshall to you, and we can see in the second paragraph it refers to the meeting that I've just referred to, his recent meeting with Stephen Dorrell. And so, having had that meeting, Mr Marshall's raising the issue with you again. 4th paragraph, he says, I believe the government should re-examine this issue. I accept that the Department of Health's budget is already stretched and that any help has to come from the Contingency Fund. And then he sets out a suggested estimate of how much it would cost. He then identifies two other possible ways of securing assistance in the penultimate 2 paragraphs. In the United States, several international drugs companies such as Bayer have agreed to fund a settlement for haemophiliacs. I was wondering if they might be persuaded to fund part of a settlement in the UK. So that's the first suggestion. Could pharmaceutical companies contribute to some kind of fund? And then the second is this. The National Lottery has far exceeded our original expectations. Would there be any possibility of the Charities Board of the Lottery helping with any settlement? And then over the page, he refers then to a tribunal established in Ireland. And then the last paragraph, he asks you to re-examine the issue. Now, I think it's fair to say that in the remaining part of your premiership, you didn't re-examine the issue yourself. But it's the point about the National Lottery I wanted to pick up with you. If we could look, first of all, at your response to that letter. HSOC 001435. This is a letter, 16th of May 1996, from you to Mr. Marshall. If we go to the third paragraph, first of all, we can see you refer to the Irish scheme and the provision of assistance in other ways other than through financial support. Last paragraph on this page, you refer to the possibility of a commercial company. You say you don't think it would be appropriate for us to explore that. And then over the page, you say this. You ask whether the National Lottery Charities Board may be able to fund a settlement. The NLCB makes its decisions on applications for lottery funds independently of the government. I cannot direct the board to fund a particular project. However, you may be interested to know that the board is encouraging applications from charities working in the fields of health, disability and care in its current funding round. It is therefore possible that haemophiliacs and those suffering from hepatitis C might be able to benefit from lottery grants, but this will be a matter for the board to decide in response to any applications received. Now, do you have any observation or comment on the suggestion that you're making here about the possibility of going to the lottery board?
Well, I didn't make the suggestion. The suggestion was made to me by John Marshall. But this letter did get an airing at the opening of this inquiry some time ago, when someone on behalf of the plaintiffs argued that the government, they didn't put it in these words, but the impression given that here was a callous government telling people in difficulties just to go to the National Lottery Board and ask for help, which was a complete misrepresentation, because they had obviously read my letter, but not read the fact that I was responding to a specific question about the National Lottery. It would not have occurred to me to say that this isn't a matter for the government. Either the government should have paid or made a decision not to pay, but I certainly wouldn't have said, go off and ask the National Lottery to help, which was the impression given by someone at the start of this inquiry so long ago. I don't recall who it was, but I recall it made quite a splash at the time, which why it fixes it in my mind and caused me to go back at the time and look at what I actually said. And what I actually said, as you have just read, was a direct response to a request from someone acting in the interests of the victims to find out whether the National Lotteries Board could help. And of course it could. But the whole purpose of the lottery is it is utterly independent of the government. I created quite a fuss when a subsequent government took over control of part of the lottery for a period, because it was meant to deal with good causes for things that governments hadn't funded. So I'm afraid what was said at the outset of this was a distortion of the real position.
But in terms of the government's own position, if we look at HSOC 00266600, and this moves us on into October 1996 now, I'm skipping over some of the documents. This is you to Alf Morris MP. Again, there's been a request for you to meet a deputation to discuss the provision of financial assistance. This will be picked up with John Horam on Wednesday. But you essentially maintain the same line. Is this right, Sir John? That there was a clear distinction between the plight of those who contracted HIV and those infected with hepatitis C.
I did spend some time thinking about the letter from Alf Morris. Upon this issue, he was a very senior and very respected member of the House of Commons. And I didn't decline a meeting just casually. I did so because, for the same reason as I declined to meet some of my own colleagues. And that was that I had nothing to say that hadn't already been said. And there was nothing really to say to me that hadn't already been put to me. I had a lot of respect for Alf. I didn't like saying no. He had a big heart and he cared. And he was a significant member of Parliament. But he did not have to control government spending. He did not have to compare what we did here with other cases in different spheres across government. So I declined a meeting.
We can take that down. Thank you, Lawrence. It might be said that the approach taken by the government focused on attempting to distinguish the position of those suffering from HIV from those suffering with hepatitis C rather than focusing on similar features, both infected in the same way from the same products with conditions that could be debilitating and lead to death, and that might then give rise to a recognition of the need to provide financial assistance. Do you have any comment on that?
I can see why people would think that. I think it's a perfectly reasonable assumption. I don't think that's the way we approached it, but I can see that it could be portrayed to look that way, certainly. Just
more generally, stepping back and looking at having in mind the decision-making that we've explored, Sir John, in relation, first of all, to the provision of financial assistance for those haemophiliacs infected with HIV, then the provision of financial assistance to the non-haemophiliacs infected with HIV, and then the refusal of financial assistance to those haemophiliacs or others infected with hepatitis C. It might be said that the government became too fixated on holding the line, maintaining the ring fence, and lost sight of the desperate circumstances of those whose lives had been and were continuing to be devastated as a result of their treatment by the NHS.
Yes, I can see that. I can see that point, which is why I said to you earlier that I looked back on this subsequently and wasn't entirely sure that we had taken the right decision. Clearly, it wasn't comparable to those suffering, to the haemophiliacs or haemophiliacs with HIV. It wasn't comparable to that in size or scope. But every life is individual. And so I can see that argument, and I'm not entirely sure in retrospect that we took the right decision then, and I was quite pleased when a subsequent government took a different view.
Now, I want to ask...
I should just say, when I submitted my written inquiry, I thought about it after I'd submitted it, and I didn't say in that inquiry that I thought I perhaps might have taken, or the government might perhaps have taken a different view. I didn't say that in my written assessment. But when I went over what I had sent to you, and went over the documents again and again, as one does before coming to a meeting like this, which is so important to get things right, it was as I went over those things in retrospect that I began to wonder whether we had made the right decision over hepatitis C.
I just want to pick up now on something you said in your statement, and which you alluded to in your evidence this morning, and I said I'd come back to. It's WITN 5284001. And if we could go to page 13, please, Lawrence. And it's paragraph 3.41, so it's the second paragraph. And you said in your statement this, Sir John, no one was resistant in principle to helping the haemophiliacs who'd been dealt an awful blow through fate. It was sheer bad luck. And you used the term bad luck again this morning, and there was a reaction from those listening. The use of the phrases fate, sheer bad luck, might suggest a thinking on your part, on the government's part, that this was inevitable, entirely unavoidable. Was it your view at the time, that and the government's view at the time, this was just a matter of bad luck?
I'm glad you came back to that, because let me try and put things in some context. The problem began in the 1970s, before I was in Parliament. The problem of Factor VIII had been recognised and I think largely dealt with before I became a minister. So I was looking back through the avenue of years, and I had in mind the fact that when this first happened, unless somebody was being completely malign, it was a lack of scientific knowledge of what people were doing that ensured that people were fed this infected blood. That was what I was trying to get. Now, it may be my choice of words was less clear-cut than they should be. But what I was attempting to say was that, so far as I was aware, it wasn't deliberate malfeasance. And the choice of victim was entirely random. Whether it had been me in the 1970s or somebody else in the 1970s. It could have been either of us. It was completely random who was affected. And that was what I meant when if I'd said it was completely random rather than it was bad luck, it probably wouldn't have attracted the response it did. And it would probably have been a fairer illustration of what I had in mind.
That, I think, leads to the next topic I wanted to ask you about, which is the question of lack of public inquiry. Mm-hmm. During the time you were involved in government, during the time you were Prime Minister. You've said in your statement, so we can take that down, thank you, Lawrence. You've said in your statement that the issue of having a public inquiry was not one raised with you or, to your knowledge, considered within government. I think there's just one document I've been asked to refer you to, which I should do so, I think, which is HSOC 0004580. So this is a letter from Mrs. Thatcher to Alf Morris, 4th of June 1990, and it thanks him for the letter enclosing one from David Waters asking for a special inquiry into the haemophiliac claim for compensation. And then there's a discussion about thalidomide and whether that was an apt comparison or whether or an apt precedent. But there is there a reference to some form of inquiry, and there is a reference that creeps in from time to time, I think, in some of Mr. Marshall's or Mr. Morris's communications, at least an inquiry into compensation. Now, how would you expect the issue of the holding of a public inquiry to come about? Would that be something that would only happen in response to an invitation or campaigning, or is it something that the government should consider of its own initiative?
Well, if the government considered everything it did in a public inquiry, it would be rather a heavy burden to undertake for everyone. I think the way they normally come about is when the Prime Minister of the day is approached and requested either by the people who seek it or by people lobbying on their behalf. And a case is made to him or her that there should be a public inquiry. No such case was made to me. To the best of my recollection, it was not mentioned to me at any stage. And since most of the time I was Prime Minister, we were actually in the business of dealing with the problem of haemophiliacs and providing compensation, or HIV sufferers and providing compensation, and blood and tissue sufferers and providing compensation, the issue itself didn't arise. And it certainly didn't arise, nor was I at that time aware that other countries had public inquiries, and none of those public inquiries reported during the time I was in government. So it really was, because we were actively involved in it for most of the time, simply not an issue that arose. Nobody mentioned it to me from within the Department of Health, who might have done, or from the Treasury, who might have done, or from the Haemophilia Society, who were more likely to have done it. So I was never called upon to consider the issue. And since I considered it most of the time, until the very end of my time in government, the last 18 months or so, I didn't consider it myself without a request to do so. I had no request to do so, and so I didn't consider it. I thought we were actively dealing with the matter. And it was only later, in retrospect, in fact, very many years later, that the decision, 20 years after I left office, in fact, before it was decided there should be a public inquiry.
You've been provided with some material for the purposes of your evidence today, which refers to issue of an apology by the government of Japan and then a committee of inquiry in the United States. So is it right to understand from your evidence a few moments ago, those matters were not matters that were drawn to your attention as far as you can recall?
No, I think they were after I left office. And I certainly wasn't aware of them after I left office.
I think those particular ones I've mentioned were during your time in office.
To the best of my knowledge, they weren't referred to me.
There were, I think, a range of public inquiries, some statutory, non-statutory, that took place in the course of the 1990s. Was there any formal guidance or policy or criteria within government in the 90s as to the circumstances which might trigger a decision to hold on?
No. None that I'm aware of. And in the 90s, I rather fancy I would have been aware of them.
Can I then ask you to look at BSEI 5014, please? So this is your witness statement to the BSE inquiry, date 6th of May 1999. Now, I'm not going to go through the detail of this or indeed trespass upon the territory of the BSE inquiry. But there were just a couple of passages I wanted to ask you about as a springboard for some more general questions, Sir John. So if we go to the second page, paragraph 5. You say this in paragraph 5, the policy of the government consistently applied was to act upon the advice that the expert scientists it had commissioned provided to it, to ensure that all appropriate steps were taken to protect the health of the public, prevent the spread of the disease and eradicate the disease. Beyond this, the government had 3 further important tasks, and then I'm not going to ask you about the second or third of them, but the first is to provide information to the public concerning the risks and incidents of the disease. Now, as I say, I'm not asking you about BSE at all, but more generally what's set out there. Was it part of the role of government, as far as you were concerned, both in the 1990s and the 1980s, when you were, for at least a significant part of the time, a member of the government, to ensure that all appropriate steps would be taken to protect the health of the public, as a general aim and policy?
Well, I think that is one of the purposes of the Department of Health.
And then it would appear here that you regarded, at least in the context of BSE, it being an important task for the government to provide information to the public concerning the risks and incidents of the disease. Would you expect that, again, to be something that was part of the role of the Department of Health always, to provide information to the public regarding public health risks?
Well, it depends what sort of public health risks you're thinking of. If you're thinking of a public health risk that is actually current at the time, like COVID, for example, or indeed like BSE, then yes, because you're in the business of preventing it getting worse. With the question of a public inquiry and things over the dreadful problems with blood, we were actually doing it after the event. So I think there is a distinction there to be drawn. And I think I would draw that distinction. My remarks here were relating to the fact of the particular circumstances of BSE, where in fact we got into enormous trouble by providing information to the public. Because by providing information to the public, we weren't thanked for providing the information. We were denounced for apparently causing a public health scare. And you can argue that case either way. If we had kept quiet and said nothing, we would have been told we were deliberately trying to hide away a real public health risk. On the other hand, if we told the public about it, we found ourselves in a position of being accused on all sides of creating a public health scare by doing so. So there's a difficult balance to be kept there. And it was that balance that would have been in my mind when I wrote the first of those 3 tasks for the government.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical again, Sir John. Looking at the general observations you make here, but then thinking about the 1980s and 8s, and the question does not expect you to have any specific knowledge of what the department did or didn't know. But if it was known to the department, of Health, that there was a risk of AIDS being transmitted through blood products or blood, would you expect it to be part of the role of the Department of Health to take steps to ensure that that risk was known to clinicians and disseminated to the public and to patients?
Well, I'd like to know a little more about that question, because I can see ways in which my answer would be used in a way that I wouldn't necessarily wish it to be used.
Can I put it a different way then and pick up upon what's a topic you deal with later in your BSc statement, which is about openness, transparency. In the time you were in government, so from 1985 through to 1997, do you have any particular recollection of what, if any, importance was attached by the government of the day to principles of openness and transparency?
Well, I think in terms of HIV is a good example. I think once Norman Fowler got a responsibility for the subject, he was very open, very productive, and has remained so ever since. Indeed, I think from memory he's written a few books about it as well. So I think he was certainly determined to be open about it. But there's also that risk of creating a scare if something is contained and you refer to it generally. And that's why I don't want to be too specific without knowing the full context of the question.
Can I then, we can take that down, thank you, then just really ask you a handful of final questions, which again are looking at government and government decision-making in general. How, in your experience, and this question invites you to reflect not just on your time in government, but your time in politics and looking back at politics. In your experience, how good are governments at acknowledging that things have gone wrong?
Oh, I don't think they're very good at all. And I don't think I can go back at any stage in history where they were. So no, I don't think they're particularly good at acknowledging errors made.
And in terms of the ability for governments to learn from errors, to undergo a period of reflective learning, how good are governments at that? And is there any way you can think of that it might be improved?
Variable. It largely depends on historic memory. If you have a time when politicians leave politics early, they get in, they become a minister for a short time, they cease to be a minister, they leave politics. Or if you have a time when there is a turnover of civil servants toward the end of their career when they go off and work in the private sector, then you lose historic memory. And that loses the lessons that are learned. Nobody is more valuable in a cabinet or in a committee of the cabinet, whether it includes civil servants or not, than someone who can say, I remember X, and we should learn from what happened in this, even though it was 25 or 30 years ago, because we tried something and it didn't work. Now, everybody in this room will no doubt have noticed occasions where governments have gone back to do something that a predecessor government has tried and failed, and they've tried again and failed again. And I think that is the loss of historic memory. It's also partly the way in which governments change from one side of the political divide to the other, where a different view is taken, and perhaps governments don't look back quite so carefully at what happened when their opponents were in office, except perhaps to draw attention to the things that go wrong. And that is a loss to the historic memory. And that is something I think that is very valuable. Nothing is more valuable than the quite senior person who has been around a very long time, either in the department or in politics, and who remembers what happens after you do something or what happens after something is done. They can save governments from an awful lot of trouble.
And leaving aside any question of what could or should have been disseminated by the Department of Health, so I'm not going back to my earlier question to you, which you explained why you were cautious about answering. But more generally, what do you think the role of candour, of transparency, of admitting to mistakes should be for government?
If I can take candour and transparency, at the time, there is always the problem there of causing panic or setting other things running. That is a genuine problem for all governments. Candour, in retrospect, I think is very important because there are lessons to be learned from it. But there are some occasions in government when, for good and sound reasons, maybe to do with public security, maybe to do with public health, it may be to do with something else, when governments are bound to dissimulate a little at the time and do for reasons that are understandable, even though it doesn't meet the pure milk of absolute public frankness at the time. But there are occasions when absolute frankness at the time can cause more damage than good. Where you can be frank, I'm in no doubt that you should be. And I think in particular you should be to the House of Commons, because our system doesn't work if government ministers aren't frank and honest to the House of Commons, and that is extremely important. That is why, if I can go back to your BSE inquiry, because this illustrates the point I'm trying to make, we had been advised by the scientists for a long time that BSE could not translate to humans as CJD. It cannot happen, we were told, time and time again. And then it did happen. And Stephen Dorrell came to see me. The same day he heard it happened, in the morning. And we had a debate, what should we do? Would it cause a public panic if we went to the House of Commons and said this? Or would we be accused of hiding a scandal if we didn't? And we decided that Stephen should go to the House of Commons and be absolutely frank about what happened, which he did, I think, from retrospect, that same afternoon. And it did certainly cause a great public panic. And that is sometimes what frankness can do. So I just mentioned that to say that governments aren't necessarily rogues or hiding things because they're not entirely frank at the moment some things happen. But in retrospect, I think they do have to be frank when they can.
So that is the conclusion of the questions I was proposing to ask Sir John, which I think times nicely with the need for a break, and then core participants through their legal representatives can suggest any further lines of question that they would like me to consider.
How long do you think you might need?
Can I suggest if we take a little longer than normal, if we go to 4 o'clock?
Yes.
That should give me sufficient time.
Yes, let me explain. Core participants have a right in a public inquiry to put questions through counsel to you. They will be, some of them will be here through their recognised legal representatives, that is. Some of them will be here, some of them will be watching online, and they all have a right. Plainly, it's a right which can't sensibly be exercised until they've heard what you've said in answer to the questions thus far, because there may be questions that have already been covered during the course of the day. To give them a proper opportunity, we will not meet again until at least 4, I say not before 4 o'clock, just in case it goes on any longer. I don't know how long we shall be after that. Will be as long as the questioning takes. 4 o'clock.
Thank you, sir. So, John, just a few further questions. They won't follow a particular thematic or chronological sequence because they've been suggested from a range of different sources. So we'll dot around from topic to topic. The first is about the settlement of the HIV litigation. So we're talking here late 1990. Did the settlement of the HIV litigation have any effect, as far as you are aware, on the budgets of the territorial departments?
Let me think about that. I think the money was met out of the reserve, in which case, no. If it had been met out of the normal provisions of the health authority, of the health department, I think the answer is also no, because they would get a proportionate portion of the sum total of expenditure of those departments. So I think the answer to that is no.
Next question. I'd asked you about to some extent, about the obligations on ministers to be candid, open. Is there a responsibility and obligation on civil servants to be full and frank with the ministers in the advice that they give?
Yes.
Next question is about a public inquiry, not about your own decision-making, but about the decision to establish this inquiry. Was that something that was discussed with you in advance by the then Prime Minister,
No.
Theresa May? The next question is about the issue of no-fault compensation. Would you agree that insisting on victims proving fault, establishing legal liability, may get in the way of lessons being learnt?
Well, I think a new precedent has been established now of ex gratia payments. So I don't think you can get away from the danger of no-fault compensation, but there's now been a way to go round it and deal with cases where there is a special requirement because of an event that may not have been the direct fault of a government or government's servants in any capacity, but where compensation is merited. And I think the ex gratia payment proposal that was developed will meet that in future.
Now, a number of the documents we've looked at have used the term compensation, and I think I may well have used it in my questions to you. You've used the term in your answers. At the time you were taking decisions or involved in decision-making, late 80s through the 90s, did you understand there to be a difference between compensation as properly understood, compensating for the injury that someone has suffered and the loss they've suffered, and the provision of financial support or assistance, which is less than compensatory?
Well, there's two aspects of that. The first one is the Social Security payments, which plainly stand on their own, quite apart from the... I think compensation is the wrong word, actually. Ex gratia payments would be a more accurate way. It isn't compensation. Compensation in terms of you cannot compensate. There is no way you can compensate for what happened to the victims of the blood tragedy. You cannot compensate. Wouldn't matter whatever you did for them or paid them. There is no compensation for the way their lives were wrecked. Let's be entirely clear about that. So I think compensation isn't the right term. An ex gratia payment is probably a more accurate way, but I'm not sure that there's a word that you couldn't take offence to if you wish to. But it certainly isn't compensation, which these days has also come to be used as a narrative for salary as well. Your compensation for doing your job is X pounds a year. So certainly we should get away from the use of the word compensation, because it doesn't and it can't.
Now, one of the themes of the decision-making that we've looked at was the government's desire to avoid setting a precedent. Is the answer or an answer to that concern about setting a precedent to investigate what happened and how it happened and take steps to prevent that happening again, rather than just saying, well, we can't set a precedent, so we won't provide financial support?
Yes, it could be, but it would delay it. I mean, if we had decided that until we'd found out and had an inquiry like this to determine exactly what had happened, nobody would have received anything until now. So you actually, the payments were needed when they were needed. They were not needed in retrospect. And in the case of many of the early victims of this, they're no longer here, sadly, to receive a payment, compensation, call it what you will. So I think there is a need to act quickly. Certainly there are lessons to be learned, and no doubt will be learned as a result of this very extensive inquiry. And I suppose those lessons will spread into a whole series of different areas.
I next wanted to ask you about an answer you gave in your statement. I don't think we need to look it up, but you were asked in your statement what influence the forthcoming general election in 1992 had on policy making or decision making regarding the financial support or the provision of financial support or non-provision of financial support. What is your position in relation to that?
Well, it didn't. I mean, the things that were in train at the time of the election were the Maastricht Agreement, which had been wildly well received when first made and subsequently came under huge criticism, particularly from within the Conservative Party. And that produced a divided party and was a significant issue. Then there was the question of rising inflation, falling house prices, and the other economic problems that arose from events in the 80s, but carried a recession right into the early years of the 90s. And those were the mega issues of the campaign. And I can honestly say that the decision on a payment at that stage was not affected by the forthcoming general election and did not affect the election in any material way.
What percentage of the overall Treasury budget is the contingency reserve, or was the contingency reserve, in broad terms when you were
Oh, golly,
there?
I can't tell you. I mean, it's. I think I said it was an art, not a science. So it isn't a fixed percentage of the overall budget. It's an assessment of what is judged. You don't exactly lick your finger and hold it in the air to decide, but it's certainly not a scientific examination. It's a guesstimate of what might be needed.
What's your understanding of what should happen to a departmental minister's private office papers when they leave post or move to a different post? Is your expectation they be archived?
I'm not as sure what is meant by private papers, because the papers belong to the government. So I'm not sure what is meant in that question by private papers. To the best of my knowledge, civil servants do not have private, well, I suppose they can write their own private diary, and that I assume would remain private. But they have no private papers within the department. The papers that they write and the papers that they receive are departmental papers, and they go into the official records.
So let me put it a different way, and it's a question I'm asking on behalf of someone, so this is my own paraphrasing of it. A minister's private office papers, what should happen to those?
Oh, they're in the archives. That's where the papers that the inquiry provided to me came from. They came from the archives that the government hold collectively of what has happened in individual departments over the years. I mean, to make the point clear, they are not papers that belong to the individual minister that can be destroyed, if that is what lies underneath the question.
It is, I think.
I think it is too. The papers belong to the government, and they are public papers. And one of the things that have changed, of course, from the 80s, in the 1980s, ministers and officials might scribble notes on the paper. Now, those notes at those time weren't going to be released for 50 years. So sometimes they were incredibly frank and sometimes rather rude. Take no notice of this, the man's an idiot, for example, you might find written on some of them. Now, of course, that's very useful to historians in the long term because they actually get a practical picture of what is going on. I'm not sure that now public papers are released so much more speedily. that happens. Certainly in some governments after mine, notes such as that were written on little pieces of yellow paper that were stuck to the papers and then removed subsequently. And that's a loss to history.
I asked you a few minutes ago about the obligation of the civil servant to be frank and comprehensive in the advice provided to ministers. If briefings are given which subsequently come to the attention, whether of the same series of civil servants or later ones, were incomplete or potentially inaccurate or misleading, would you expect the civil servants who have appreciated that to bring that to the attention of ministers?
I think they would write a replacement minute. They'd probably be very discreet and say, circumstances have changed, there was a misunderstanding, the position is X. And I certainly wouldn't expect a mistaken brief to be re-echoed in subsequent briefs.
So you would expect in some form or another the mistake to be corrected?
Yes, I would. Just as mistakes made in Parliament should be corrected. If Parliament is misinformed by a minister, it should be corrected.
And then, last question on this topic. We've seen through some of the documents that we've looked at how a line to take is repeated from minister to minister, civil servant to civil servant, potentially from one administration to another. Does that risk policies, decisions, simply continuing almost through a process of inertia or apathy?
The answer to that question is yes, it can do. And I think you have to realise what the briefings are. The briefings are a background for ministers. They're not an instruction to ministers to stick to them. Now, often there is something that is so seared into the blood, as it were, that, I'm sorry, that was a bad analogy. It's so seared into the mind that it takes quite a lot to shift it out and change course. And I think you could perhaps argue that case over no-fault compensation. But briefs are that, they are briefs. And the briefs from civil servants are factual. I mean, you asked me earlier today, and I wasn't quite sure how to explain the point properly, how repeatedly there were minutes saying governments can take credit for this or take credit for that. And that sounds pretty awful. And it did sound pretty awful when you said it. But of course, it was and is the style of minutes. I mean, we are talking of a different age in terms of emoting between now and the 1980s and early 1990s and 2022. This is the age of let it all hang out. It certainly wasn't the age of let all your emotions hang out in the 80s and 90s, indeed quite the reverse. And I think that was reflected a bit in some of the apparently insensitive minutes, where I knew I had had discussions with ministers who were concerned about something, but the minutes that appeared did not seem to back that up. And I think that is probably why that happened.
And then just going back to this issue of there being an inertia potentially if a line to take or a policy is simply repeated, to what extent is it the role either of ministers or of perhaps more senior civil servants to challenge the status quo, to probe, to ask if there is a different perspective that should now be brought to bear?
It is with senior civil servants. But senior civil servants will probably go and see the minister rather than write a note to the minister and say, you have made a complete muck-up of this, we should be doing it differently. They will probably go and see them and talk to them and say, have you considered this? This is a problem, this isn't going to run, we've seen this before, it doesn't work. And actually, you saw an illustration of that this morning. William Chapman, in my private office at number 10, was not a permanent secretary. But you don't get to be one of the handful of secretaries in the Prime Minister's office unless you've got an exceedingly good brain, you are independent, and you are, in civil service terms, a high flyer. If you're in the Prime Minister's private office, you can expect to rise very high in the civil service over the years to come. Indeed, Jeremy Haywood, from whom you saw notes, became Cabinet Secretary. And you saw in William Chapman a straightforward urge to change policy. Now, had he discussed that with me before he put it all down on paper? Possibly not directly in saying, I want to say this, that, or the other, but he had probably chatted through the policy casually with me and then put down a note reflecting what had happened and his own views of what should happen. So there was a practical case of an independent-minded, high-quality civil servant saying discreetly to the government, you may have got this wrong, it's time to move on. And that is a legitimate role, but it is something that really can only be done by civil servants close to the Prime Minister or the Minister, or very senior civil servants. They can say to ministers, and should, you have got something wrong. There is no one more valuable in your private office than someone who will act as devil's advocate and say, don't do it, it's a mistake.
And I just want to go back to something I asked you a few minutes ago about whether investigating how things had happened and taking steps to prevent them happening again might be a way of avoiding the problem about precedents. And I think the answer you gave in part, at least, was to say, well, that would build in delay. Can I just suggest to you it wouldn't necessarily build in delay, because there's nothing to stop a government doing both at the same time, is there? Making an ex gratia payment to deal with immediate financial need, for example, and doing so quickly, but then taking steps to work out what happened, put in place any appropriate measures to prevent it happening again, and drawing some comfort from that they both avoided the risks of it happening again and potentially prevented other people from becoming victims.
Of course that could happen. I mean, you heard me in answer to one question, and I forget which one it was, but you asked me a hypothetical question, and I said in those hypothetical circumstances I would go back and ask for more information. Now that's an illustration of doing the sort of thing that you're referring to. What I was referring to in my answer is you couldn't have a comprehensive investigation like this, because even if it had been set in train in 1995, it would have taken some years probably to report, to learn all the lessons. But where you can see more intrinsic or more minor things going wrong, yes, of course you can do that by a re-examination. And that is relatively routine.
So those are the questions I have. I'm just going to check whether Mr. Murray has anything. No. Do you have any questions for Sir John?
Yes, I do. They all arise out of things which you've said during the course of your oral evidence. And the first was just before lunch. You was talking about settlement. And you spoke of, and your words were, the legitimate claim for help from the haemophiliacs who had been damaged by infected blood. Now, plainly, that was, you're using the words legitimate claim now. Was that the way you saw it at the time?
Well, I think you saw in the evidence I gave this morning that whenever I was approached, I, without dissent, conceded to payments being made to haemophiliacs, with the exception of the last occasion. And I did think they had a good case. Whether I would use the word legitimate or not, I'm not sure. I think they suffered, and it was right for the state to offer assistance to them. I think I would prefer to put it that way.
It brings me really to just two aspects of what you said that were perhaps intriguing. You were asked earlier this morning about something that John Moore said, and you said that John Moore had said at one stage there was not a good case for compensation for reasons of precedent. He did not rule out, nor did he say he'd ruled out, compensation in view of the circumstances of those who were infected. Can I just look with you for a moment at the question of precedent and how it interacts with special circumstances. Precedent, I suppose, involves two things. One may be looking back to the past and seeing if it's been done before or not been done before, so there's a precedent either for doing it or not doing it. It may also be a fear for establishing, by doing it for the first time, as you may think, that it may happen again, and there may be a call for it to happen again, and so you may be establishing a precedent for the future. There's two sides. But in either case, however one views precedent, it only applies, doesn't it, if the facts in each case are sufficiently similar for the principle which underlies them to apply to both cases.
Well, it was the principle that was concerning the government. The principle that unless there had been shown to be a legal requirement to pay because of misbehaviour in some form by the government agency, then there had been no occasion when there had been compensation. And the reference to no-fault compensation was based on the principle that that had never happened before. Governments collectively of all parties, as far back as one could trace, had never agreed in the principle of no-fault compensation. If the government had made a failure, either they agreed compensation or it went to court and they were forced to pay compensation. But to pay compensation without having found to be at fault and without having gone to court had not happened before. And it was that principle, which we loosely called no-fault compensation, that was an inherent part of the instincts of the Treasury in particular, but also across government.
How do special circumstances then affect it? Presumably, it may be that if there are special circumstances, for instance, a landslip at Aberfan, the vaccine damage, things of that sort, which are not simply things that happen. They happen to such an extent and to so many people that they require the state to take some form of action, however one uses the word require. I just mean it in general terms. If you can identify particular circumstances, then it doesn't become no-fault compensation, does it?
No, it doesn't, if you can identify those circumstances. But at the time, there was no scientific knowledge that what was being done in the 70s, which was plainly wrong and caused terrible tragedies, that it was not known to anybody. There was nothing anyone could have done that would have prevented it in the light of what was known by science and medicine at that time. Now, that's not the case in Aberfan. Plainly, they shouldn't have banked up everything that fell down on Aberfan in the 1960s, and so on. So you could find a fault and something that could and should have been prevented. With the lack of knowledge, when someone was doing something for which there was no knowledge that it went wrong, it was done for the best of motives, but it was wrong, then nobody could have foreseen that. Nobody was derelict in their responsibilities. And that really is the point that underlies the no-fault compensation argument.
It may be that you have the same answer to the second exchange, which really caught my ear, and it was in relation to when you looked at a document. I wonder if, Lawrence, you can put it up. HMTR 601_012. It's the letter from Paul Gray, to number 10, at number 10, of the 20th of November 1989. And it's the second page. And there, if one looks at the point number 1, talking about the discussion which has been held. Now, I appreciate you weren't part of this discussion, but you were asked about this in relation to government decision-making. And what Mr. Gray is saying, that the point, as he records it, is in presenting such a package, it will be desirable, and he's talking about the 20 million extra pounds for the
this was to
Farmer
Mrs.
Trust.
Thatcher.
As well as avoiding any acceptance of legal liability, to avoid conceding any moral obligation. So it's payment without legal obligation, it's payment without moral obligation. And you were asked about that, and you said, well, problem with moral obligation is anyone can find a moral obligation for anything, and you've created a precedent. And you, I'll quit your actual words. I'm sorry, I'm summarising, and obviously I've got it wrong.
It's a very free interpretation.
Well,
because as was apparent from my later answers, I thought there was a moral obligation. So had Paul Gray directed that to me, I might have sent it back and asked him to rephrase it.
It's because otherwise it would seem rather odd, wouldn't it, that government was paying without any obligation, legal or moral, but simply because it, as it were, felt like it, because it was making an ex gratia payment. So,
well, I think you can make it. I mean, I made it clear. I think there was a moral obligation.
Thank you. I
made that clear. Plainly, that wasn't the view of Mr. Gray when he wrote that particular minute, and then maybe that wasn't the broad opinion at that time in government. I think there was. But I think at the time of that government, they would still have made a payment, because it is almost impossible, unless you are completely compassion-free, not to understand the sheer horror of what happened, not only to the people who were infected with the blood, but their families, and the wider implication that would have had on a lot of people's lives. I don't think any government would have stood wholly away from that. What they would have done would have tried to avoid a precedent that could be misused. And the risk always with this is the misuse of precedent. And I'm sure, like me, you can see all sorts of ways in which this might, a completely free acknowledgement of moral obligation would open all sorts of things. Did the government have a moral obligation because they didn't know about something and they didn't do it? Well, you could argue they do in every respect, if you start conceding moral obligations here. Now, I think the times have changed and we can do that. And I think the experience that we've had since 1989 with the introduction of ex gratia payments gives us a way round that moral maze. But I can see that Paul Gray was a very able civil servant, I may say, in the Prime Minister's private office at the time, and previously, from what I recall, Paul Gray was a senior official in the Treasury. So I can quite see why he would have phrased it that way in the light of thinking in the 1980s, but I do not myself personally agree with it.
Now, you've said in that answer that you yourself regarded there as being a moral obligation. You said earlier that you thought that the ex gratia principle was a way forward, if you like, for the future. How did the two interact?
Well, I think if you can make an exceptional case, and plainly in this case you can, if you cite a legal obligation, that's a very unwise thing to do, because how can you determine it? The courts may consider differently. Indeed, the advice the government got repeatedly, right through the compensation packages we produced, was that if we went to court, if we were taken to court, the balance of probabilities is that the government would win the case. And that was repeatedly the advice. That being so, you are using public money without a legal justification. So if you cannot have a legal justification, what is your justification for spending the taxpayers' money? And there has to be one. I would call it a moral obligation. Other people may call it something different. But I think we have to recognize that those circumstances will occur. And in a civilized society, the majority have an obligation to a minority if that minority falls on particularly hard times. The same principle applies, of course, with social security payments. There's no legal obligation to pay a social security payment to someone who is unemployed, but there is an obligation in a civilized society to do so. And you can equate that as a first cousin, perhaps I might say, to what has happened with the ex gratia payments in this particular case.
Thank you very much. That's all that I ask.
Thank you.
Sir John, is there anything that you wish to add?
I think I'm done. No, I don't think so, thank you.
Sir Brian.
Well, I just want to express our gratitude to you, Sir John, for coming and giving your evidence to us. the measured evidence, as it's been described already online, your willingness to consider the material which you've been sent and indeed to reflect and perhaps change your mind to the extent that you consider that you may have got a decision wrong in respect of hepatitis C. And for that, I think you deserve the respect of those who've been listening. You've given a clear explanation of your role at the Treasury and at Prime Minister, as Prime Minister, and that's been helpful. And how, despite being like a supertanker before it turns, the government is often unseen but on the move. And that's valuable to hear from someone who's occupied the highest positions of state, such as yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I just say one thing? I obviously caused offence inadvertently this morning when I referred to the fact that it was awful that people had been fed infected blood, and I referred to it as sheer bad luck. I can only say to people it wasn't intended to be offensive. I was seeking to express the fact that I was concerned about what happened, and what I meant was the point I raised earlier, that by sheer bad luck, it was a random sample. There were 65 million people in the country in the 1970s, and 3,000 people had the appalling outcome of having been fed infected blood. So I just wanted to say, if anybody thought I was being dismissive or offensive, please don't think that. That certainly was not my intention. And I was rather surprised. Well, perhaps I'm not surprised at the sensitivity. I think if I were in the position of those people who either had infected blood or whose families, someone in whose families, I would be sensitive as well. So I would just wish to say to you that if that caused offence, I apologise. It wasn't intended to do so. It was intended simply to say that it was a random matter, and I perhaps expressed it injudiciously. And if I did, I apologise to those who were offended.
I think it was an unfortunate choice of words.
Yes.
But I think it may have
was.
been unfortunate, partly because bad luck looks as though you're talking about cause.
Yes, I know.
And
I know.
random event is
Yeah.
looking at incidents, and they're two different things.
I must have answered 500 questions today. I'm sorry I got one. I responded to it in an inelegant way. I'm sure we will read about it tomorrow.
And so moving to tomorrow, we have the evidence of Virginia Bottomley, Baroness
Yes.
Bottomley.
Thank you very much.
Fine. Thank you very much indeed.
10 o'clock tomorrow, Virginia Bottomley.
Thank you.